here today and with us, and we appreciate that. Before we have our invocation by Supervisor Tatum, I've got a request to make on behalf of the citizens of the county. Before we start our Board of Supervisors meeting today, I'd like to recognize the accomplishments of our late Sheriff Quint Overton. In December of 2007, the Franklin County Board of Supervisors recognized the retirement of Sheriff Overton after 48 and a half successful years of law enforcement. In 32 years as the Franklin County Sheriff. Sheriff Quint Overton, the longest serving sheriff in Franklin County, is leaving behind a legacy that is going to be hard to beat or duplicate. Out of respect for the service of Sheriff Overton and the overwhelming positive impact he had on our county, I'm going to at this time turn it over to Vice Chair Mr. Tatum for an open invocation and ask that there be a moment and a time of silence prior to his prayer and then the pledge of the flag. Mr. Tatum.
Let's observe a moment of silence, please. Let's pray. Our most kind and gracious Heavenly Father, we come to you today just thanking you for this opportunity that we have to serve the citizens of Franklin County. Father, I pray that as we're up here today that we'll seek to do your will and that we'll seek wisdom that can only come from you. Father, as we have taken this past moment to remember our late Sheriff Quincy Overton, we just want to thank you for you giving him to our county for the many years of service. Father, we pray that you'll be with his family and friends as they go through this time of loss, as the entire county has suffered a tremendous loss. Father, I pray that you'll just continue to bless our citizens, our county, and as previously asked, as we go through the rest of this meeting, Father, I pray that everything that is said and done will be pleasing in your sight. In Jesus' most holy and precious name I pray and ask it all. Amen.
Amen.
We'll do our pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. All right. I'm going to ask now for the approval of the agenda as presented that you got in your board package, and understand that there is a member that wants to make a motion. Carter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to make a slight amendment to the agenda today. It's my understanding that Ms. Torrance's agenda items will be rescheduled to the November 16th board meeting. And given this, I'd like to make a motion to amend the agenda to also include a discussion regarding Blue Ridge Towers work at the Booker T. Washington site, which we discussed yesterday in our work session.
Yes, sir. I need a second on this, please.
Second.
All right, and I understand that Mr. Sandy is prepared to talk in that, and on your agenda, we will move that to where Margaret Torrance at 2:15. We will move it to her slot. She's not going to present today because of prior obligations. So that will be taken there. Anything else? All in favor of that, of the amendment and the change? Is there something else?
Item, are we ready to pull items or speak to items? Okay. No, sir.
Nothing else? All right, all in favor of the adopting the agenda or the approval of the agenda signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. All right, surely there can be none. All right, Jeremy Bennett, VACO Director of Intergovernmental Affairs, presentation and the VACO Awards. Mr. Bennett, will you come forward, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. It's a pleasure to be here with you. My name is Jeremy Bennett, Director of Intergovernmental Affairs with the Virginia Association of Counties, and anytime I can be in Franklin County, I count myself blessed. So it is my distinct privilege today to present the VACO Achievement Awards program. And for the benefit of your constituents who may not be familiar with the Virginia Association of Counties, VACO has existed since 1934 to serve and support your efforts as county officials. First is through our advocacy efforts at the state and federal level. We also serve counties through our educational programs, member services, and communication efforts. In 2003, we established our Achievement Award program to recognize counties that have adopted innovative approaches to providing public services and identifying programs that could serve as models for other counties to emulate. Today, I'm proud to present Franklin County with 2 Achievement Awards. So you get an Achievement Award, and you also get an Achievement Award. So this is VACO's 19th annual Achievement Awards program. In 2021, we received 102 entries. There were 30 winners selected from 19 counties, and it was a truly competitive process as only 29% of entries were selected as winners. Franklin County has won 4 Achievement Awards, and Franklin County last won an award in 2012 for a program titled Transparency for a Citizen Dollar program. Ted Povar, retired Associate Director of the Virginia Institute of Government, Dr. Cheryl Bailey, Visiting Professor of Practice at Virginia Tech, and Larry Land, retired VACO Director of Policy Development, served as judges. They did a great job, and we'd like to thank them for their efforts. There were several criteria our judges followed as guidelines when selecting winners. The first was, does the program offer an innovative solution to a problem, situation, or delivery of services? Does the program promote intergovernmental cooperation or cooperation with local, state, or federal entities? And also, does the program provide a model that other local governments may learn from or implement in their own localities? And of course, the judges use their own experience and discretion in selecting the winners. Ted Povar, who served as a judge since the beginning of the program, said, "I continue to be inspired by the good work done by Virginia's counties. Year after year, counties prove that the Achievement Awards are a treasure trove of ideas and innovations." So as you're aware, I'd first like to present regarding the 24 Library at Summit program. And this was a great program. The Franklin County Public Library, or FCPL, has installed a self-service 24-hour library kiosk where the public can access library materials 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The FCPL conceived the kiosk when the COVID-19 pandemic restricted access to the library's physical and digital materials. Individuals without internet service, who apparently comprise more than 30% of Franklin County, were particularly impacted. And because the demand of books and other library materials increased during the pandemic, there was a need to be able to deliver these materials to the public. So the 24-hour library operates like a food vending machine, which I didn't get a chance to see it, but I'm definitely going to stop on my way out of town. But you can basically go up to the the kiosk and get your materials on site. And this was enabled by a $150,000 allocation from Franklin County's receipt of CARES Act funds. In addition, the 24-hour library received technical, logistical, and leader support from the Franklin County Departments of Economic Development, Information Technology, Parks and Recreation, and of course the Franklin County Boards of Supervisors. So I don't know if there's anyone from the library here
We
today.
have a representative from the librry here.
That'd be great. I'd love to, if it's all right with you, Mr. Chair,
Yes,
they can
sir.
come up and maybe talk a little bit more about the program, and then we could present the award, take a picture, and then do the next stage, if that's all right, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Well, on behalf of the Franklin County Library, I say thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Summit View 24-hour library has been a tremendous asset, both, I think, to us and the community as well. I'm the one that takes care of most of the processes that happen there, have been in it from day one, so it's an exciting feature. So getting plenty of use routinely already, so good stuff.
Well, congratulations again. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and get the board of supervisors. I think that'd be okay. Thank you, Steve.
I'll try my best.
try one this way as well. All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your dedication and your work for the library. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Chair, rolling along. I'd next like to recognize Franklin County for the River of Lights program. And due to the COVID-19 health restrictions, Franklin County Parks and Recreations had to cancel its signature 3-day paddling festival. The inability to shuttle hundreds of participants safely between river access points led the county to reimagine a new socially distanced river event. River of Lights, a nighttime tubing event on the Pig River, combines the use of natural resources with the repurposing of seasonal Christmas supplies. 4,000 feet of overhead string lights illuminate the river in this adventure. No shuttle needed, family-friendly activity. The River of Lights has attracted interest cross-country with registrants from 15 states, including Washington State, Maine, Texas, and Florida. The program reached over 9 million views on Facebook and sold out all 1,200 tickets within hours of opening registration. This was truly an innovative approach and a repurposing of the county's existing resources to enable an event to continue and innovate. So we're really amazed with the work that you all did on that, and I would love to be able to recognize the Department of Parks and Rec and present the award in a similar fashion, sir.
We've got two people from Parks and Rec, Paul Chapman and Matt Ross. If they will come forward and we'll present that award.
Yeah, thanks so much. We're just really pleased that this. Thanks, Madeline. Yeah, thank you so much for this. It's always nice to be acknowledged for hard work. A lot of Parks and Recreation folks made this possible. Matt Ross is our outdoor recreation manager and really the mastermind behind this activity. But we had, Parks and Recreation staff, athletic staff, everyone's on board on ladders in the river doing all kinds of crazy things. But it was just really fun to see this impact as many people as it did. I remember chatting with folks from Ohio that came in and made a full weekend of it. So it's really nice to not only serve our local residents, but also, show off all, the great things about Franklin County to residents or to visitors to hopefully make them into residents. So yeah, again, thank you so much.
Do you want to go around?
A couple more here. Great, thank you.
Thank y'all for your dedication to Paul and Matt and Barry at the library. If any of you's not been over and seen the new kiosk at the library at the business park, it's pretty cool. It's I never seen nothing like it before. It's pretty cool. So it's worth the trip to go over there and look at and do that. I'm sorry, Mr.
Oh, Mr. Chair, I'd just like to congratulate, on behalf of VACO, would like to congratulate Franklin County again for its excellent programs, and we look forward to Franklin County's participation in next year's Achievement Award process. So congratulations again to you, and thank you for your leadership.
Thank you, sir, for your time and for coming up here.
Thanks,
Is
Jeremy.
any of you guys got anything you want to say briefly? All right,
I
thank
would-
you.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I just, again, want to thank everyone at the library. I know Allison couldn't be here today. Barry, good to see you. Glad to have you with us. And Matt and Paul, and just thank you for all the great work that you're doing. And then also Jeremy from VACO, thank you for coming down from Richmond. I know you've been working really hard on the VACO legislative draft agenda. Our board looks to talk about legislative agenda items here this afternoon, and we look forward to VACO conference and meetings here in a couple of weeks. So, but thank you for being with us.
All right, we're going to go with our consent agenda now. We've got 4 things on the consent agenda: Western Virginia Water Authority Utility System Development, the National Opioid Settlement. That's what our attorney's been working on that. The Agricultural Industries Development Fund. That's a grant that became available to help with the refurbishing and getting some help with our canneries. And then the VDOT application on Colonial Turnpike, the new bridge down there, getting that named. I'll ask the board what its pleasure is for the consent agenda.
I would like to speak to poll number one for just a minute.
Wants to pull 1 and 4. All right. What about 2 and 3?
You need a motion to approve those two?
We're gonna need a motion to approve those 2.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. All right, thank you. On number 1, is this going to take some discussion? If so, we'll move it to the end to keep up with our time. If it's something for number 1,
I think that would be fine.
all right, we'll move that to the end then of the day's meeting. And number 4, the application for naming the bridge on the Colonial Turnpike. Is that something you want to put it to the end when we have time, or is there something you want to say about it? Do you want to say something?
Oh, I just wanted to touch just a second on the naming of the bridge and basically just let the board know that Mr. Hopkins was born and raised in the Sontag community. He's been a leader for many, many years in his community, as well as the total Sontag community. And I just think that it would be very applicable if we pass this resolution to name the bridge Winfred K. Hopkins. And excuse me. And in doing so, with a lot of consideration, Mr. Hopkins will be remembered for many, many years by the younger people in our community. And to name this after someone that is well-known, well-respected, I think is very applicable to this. And, Mr. Chairman, if we need a motion, I'll be glad to make it.
Yes, sir, that's your motion.
Yes, sir.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign.
Thank
We'll
you.
take number 4, which is number 1 on the Western Virginia Water Authority, and we'll move that to the end so we don't get out of our time. Mr. Daniels, VDOT.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, as always, good to be with you. I will hit some highlights on our report, answer a few questions from last month's meeting, and then take any questions you all may have. So on page 1 of your report at the top, for some work we've completed in the previous 30 days, we've got, Coles Creek, we completed a pipe replacement, on that one, and a turnaround on Iron Ridge Road, where the railroad bridge crosses the railroad. It's been closed for some time. We created a turnaround area, so vehicles coming off of Wirtz Road, if they turned in there on purpose or inadvertently, they've got somewhere to easily turn around, legally turn around. We've got an easement around it. Gravel area, surface treated, I think now, in fact. So we've been working to complete that for some time. We finally got that completed. Preparations for snow removal. You may be thinking, well, what is that? What do you do to get ready for snow removal other than wait for it to fall? You would not believe the work that goes into snow removal preparations. We literally start in the hottest time of the year in July, and we are already talking about snow removal. We're working on, we purchase equipment all year round, but we start to work to get our contractors on board, and that's one of the biggest things that's happening right now and has happened. We've got our contractors signed up. We've already passed some deadlines for our hired equipment sign-ups, and we're inspecting equipment and what have you, getting those ladies and gentlemen ready to go. We also do an inspection on our own equipment, and that's part of the preparations that's been completed. Moving on down the list, an important one for us is Dry Hill Road. We've got a double barrel, 2 lines of pipe that we've been babying for several years, repairing when we had minor failures. We couldn't do anything with it as long as the bridge was closed on 40 because that was part of the detour. Well, now that's all completed. So we're going to get those 2 pipes replaced, and that's a big deal for that stretch of road. English Road is actually closed as we speak. It will be open later this week. Things are going well as far as I know. We're just putting a concrete slab span on that bridge. Patching operations. In the last couple months, you've heard me talk about some patching, particularly here at Sontag Road and 220. Mr. Mitchell, you had asked about the patching at the bridges, and I think I told you that was upcoming, and it is, but I wanted to clarify this month. We're looking to start that late this month or very early November, so this calendar year, we still plan to see that happening. Thank you. Page 2 at the top, Dillon's Mill Road. We've got a pipe replacement on the upper end of Dillon's Mill that we're working on, the planning part. We've actually got the materials on hand, but we're having to do some permit updating, so that's still under the planning stage. Under land development, I want to highlight Grassy Hill Road. We've got some water line install going on. It's Western Virginia Water Authority water line, but the reason I highlight it is we may see some flagging operations that impacts traffic on Grassy Hill for the next few months. Not a big deal, but just something to be aware of. Moving on down to construction, the Hardy Road Roundabout is, quote, open, so we're driving through it. If you haven't been through there, I encourage you to do so. Although we were running on intermediate plant mix. So what that means is we've got different layers of plant mix, and you stack them on top of each other till you ultimately get to your final grade of the road, so the surface of the road that we drive on every day. Well, the roundabout was predominantly built out of traffic, which is a great thing. It makes it easier to construct. But what had to happen on the 26th of September, when we switched traffic, we had some concrete islands that are literally in what was 122. So they have to be formed and poured. So we're flagging traffic. We're still doing that today, getting some of those final parts of the roundabout constructed, but you weren't driving on your final surface. So the interior of that roundabout has got some stamped concrete. Well, that's a truck apron. So if you're driving a commercial vehicle, tractor trailer, a truck and trailer of any given length, the design is for you to track. So your trailer never follows your tire tracks in your vehicle, in your tow vehicle. So it's designed for your trailer to track up on this. Well, when we do our final surface, you've got a 3-inch sloped, slanted curbing that your trailer will easily track upon and drive on that concrete apron. It's built to structurally hold the traffic. Well, until we got the final surface on it, until we do get it, you're adding about 1.5 inches to 2 inches of additional height. So now that trailer is kind of bumping up on that curbing, feels a little weird. It's like, I shouldn't be running up here. We've gotten a few calls and complaints about that, not a lot, but just so the board's aware, if you do get a comment, once we get the final surface on, the design is 3 inches and it's a slope curb, and that area is designed to be traveled on by a trailer or truck. Most of our all of our personal vehicles will have no trouble navigating it. But depending on the length of your vehicle, as I said, the trailer may track up on that apron. So I wanted to point that out in case you'd heard anything. Well, I did get one compliment, believe it or not, which you don't get a lot for roundabouts, but I did have one lady basically tell us that she thought it was great that we were doing that. So that felt good. I don't have a date for all of the final paving and pavement marking specific date, but we are working to get that done before cold weather. Our paving season usually ends in early December. And I came through it today, and they're paving today. So it's going well. I mentioned last month Colonial Turnpike was completed. That'll come off your report. The contractor is completely gone, and we have closed out our construction part of that project. And the last note I had is Route 220 over Back Creek. Last month I reported that it was open, but we still had some final cleanup to do, a little bit of work, and you may see a lane closure here or there. Well, today I can report that it is complete, and we have closed out that construction as well. And you should not see lane closure, so it will come off the report as well. So,
I came through 220 yesterday. Mr. Cundy's on vacation. I need to call him and tell him that it is completed and all the barrels are up, and y'all did a good job, and I know he'd tell you that.
if he's listening today online, I hope he's got that message.
I hope he is too.
Yes. That's my report, and I've got a couple questions from last month that you all posed I wanted to answer real quickly. Mr. Tatum, you asked about some structures close to or on the right-of-way on Prillum and Switch. It's my understanding they've been there a while, but we did do some research. It looks like the closest structure is about 16 foot from center line, which does appear to fall in the right-of-way. We believe the right-of-way is 40 foot, 20 foot from center line through there. That is one of the multiple, it's 2 or 3, whatever it is, through there. We'll work to address that one that's actually within the right-of-way. Once they get outside of the 20-foot mark, it's out of our jurisdiction. So, but there is absolutely one that's within that 20 foot from center line. So we'll be working with the property owner to try to address that. Ms. Smith, you asked about speed study and Park Place and the traffic calming that may come with that. So we met with Franklin County staff on October 13th, talked about traffic calming specific to Parkway Avenue, and also in the county as a whole, just traffic calming. So I'll defer any further information to county staff. We're working with them to determine how do we want to move forward. Just a couple tidbits about Park Place and down around the park, the Franklin County Park. The county has to do some speed study activities. So not a complete speed study, but there's some data collection that's required as part of traffic calming. Our traffic engineering staff did some very preliminary data collection in that area. And part of traffic calming is you have to demonstrate a speeding problem. And that is approximately 10 miles an hour over the speed limit. So at a 25 mile an hour zone, we'd be looking for average speeds of 35 miles an hour or north of that. We didn't get that data that supported that on our initial review. Doesn't mean we won't get it in later collection. But I know there's I remember some of the feedback to that data was, well, and what we do, we put out tubes. So it's time and distance. We can calculate how long it took you to get between some tubes, and that's how fast you're going. There's some ways to do it with radar as well. But sometimes you will find citizens that say, well, you actually put something in the road to collect the data. So the cars will slow down because they see something that's not normal. And there could be something to that. I don't know. But just wanted to point out that we've got some very, very preliminary data from a couple years ago, but there's some more work to be done if we get to implementing some type of traffic calming in that area, or for that matter, anywhere in the county.
Todd, if I may, I would think it would be germane to monitor traffic during the in-season months versus the winter, as an example, where the problems are existing. So I don't know how that's feeding into your staff conversations. And my understanding is the last traffic study was back in 2014.
Well, the traffic volume was checked in 2014, if I remember, Ms. Smith. But the data collection, and I don't remember the date. Brian, do you remember when we collected that for the 2018? The preliminary data that we sought out to get, just as to give us an idea of what are we looking at. Because there's a cost to all this.
Sure.
So we want to make sure that everybody's kind of aware of what's going on before the county or citizens or whoever puts money into collecting speed data. But I agree with you 100%, especially in a situation where you've got the Smith Hunt Lake Park. Or, for example, maybe you've got an area that's a cut-through for a school. Well, for that, we wouldn't want to do it in summer. We'd probably want to do it in fall or something, like when school's in session. So the traffic generator is important to understand when you're collecting this data, for sure. Like I said, we met with your county staff and are working towards a plan and ultimately a solution. I don't have a way to predict, or I don't know exactly where we'll land down in Park Place, but it's under discussion. And
Okay.
some of your citizens, as you well know, some of the citizens are very involved down there as well. Mr. Mitchell, you asked, Mr. Ronnie Mitchell, you asked about sight distance at Iron Ridge and 220, on the west of 220. And we looked at
today?
sight, we looked at the
Today?
sight distance right there. The vegetation may limit it a little bit, but what we found, and I'm honestly looking for a little clarification from you, the grade, so the road is, if I'm headed northbound, we're coming up Blackwater Hill, and it rolls over and, starts to level out as you approach Plateau Plaza. Well, if I'm sitting in Iron Ridge Road, as you well know, and I look back to the south, that grade of that road affects my sight distance, of my ability to see further down the road. So I think that's part of it, but I wanted to ask you, just clarify for us to make sure we're looking at the right thing. Was it vegetation that you were mostly concerned about, or is it the grade and just the overall geometry of that intersection?
So when you come down Iron Ridge to the intersection at 220, it's when you're looking left towards Roanoke was the sight distance problem, not right. There's nothing you guys can do about it looking right.
Yeah, I misunderstood.
And I
Okay.
saw them out there this morning cutting that back.
We're doing some shoulder work
Yeah.
on southbound. I don't know if that's going to solve the site. You got to go back. There was a tree, that property to the left of where you're speaking that you're looking through. There's one tree out there I know. We'll review that. and that's why I'm glad. I should have called you probably before the meeting, but I wanted to clarify that.
No, you're good. I saw them out. I could have swore I saw them with some pole saws cutting some of that vegetation back.
And they could be. They
So,
could. I know we're doing shoulders, but they could be doing
Yeah.
that as well. Absolutely.
Yeah, it's when you here's 220, you come down Iron Ridge Road to 220. It was looking left, so it would be looking north.
Yes.
Up the southbound lane.
Yeah, I missed. I apologize.
No, you're good,
I
bud.
missed that last month. So,
I appreciate it. Thank you.
all right, Mr. Chairman, that's my report for the month. I'll take.
Anybody got any questions, Mr. Taylor?
Mr. Daniels, I just wanted to make a request. Commerce Road there at Sidnersville going toward Shredded Products, we're getting some complaints. The road surface is real rough, and it's causing a lot of those trucks to lose debris off, and we're getting a lot of flat tire incidents on that road.
Yeah, we actually got a request through the county about Commerce Road. I think one of your business owners out there had inquired about it. We've looked at it, preliminary, looked at it. I don't know all the history of Commerce, but I know, it's got its issues with the smoothness, the ride, I will call it.
Thank you.
It's my understanding that dates back to some of the materials that were used in the construction of the road, which is, it's relevant, but it's not. We're not going to change that. What we're trying to determine at this point is, do we need to do work on it? If so, is it just some patchwork here and there? And then ultimately, when might we look to resurface, mill, and overlay the entire stretch of Commerce? And I'll be honest, I don't know that we know exactly what's happened to it since its inception when it was built many years ago. But we are aware of that request and complaint.
And one other thing, in Ferrum, there at the pedestrian bridge, the lights are on the bridge, look great. There's one street light that's out in that area near the crosswalk. Who would be responsible for getting that light? I see Lisa in the back. Okay.
Well, when you say at the crosswalk, what type of light is it?
It's an overhead light, yeah.
Okay, okay.
And if we could reach out to AEP and get them, because we had homecoming up this past weekend and noticing the extra pedestrian traffic through there, and after dark, it's a dark shaded area right there. And like I said, the pedestrian bridge looked great, with the lighting and everything on it. But this is before you get to it.
Yeah, it could be ours. I don't think it is there. We'll work with Ms.
Okay,
Cooper
I
and make sure
appreciate
we've
it.
got that covered. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, but just one quick. I found another sight distance issue. When you're coming up Brick Church off of 220, and you come to the intersection of Brick Church and Grassy Hill Road. So if you're coming Brick Church to Grassy Hill from 220, the sight distance there's a couple trees there on that corner lot that if you're in a bigger truck, you have to about edge out into the road just to look down Grassy Hill Road. Maybe we can get.
You looking left or right?
Like if you're coming up Brick Church from 220, it's looking right up Grassy Hill towards Roanoke, if that makes sense.
Yep, I know, okay. We'll definitely look at it and see if we can cut some vegetation.
in the section of Brick Church from Grassy Hill to Dugwell Road. If you guys just ride through there and see if we can do some patchwork on that road, it's gotten pretty rough. I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, I want to tell you, I'm trying to think back. We've done some recent work on some of Grassy Hill, but we may have some more patch. We've still got more patchwork to be done. So that, yeah, we'll confirm. It may be included in that plan. We'll confirm that.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Anyone else? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr.
Appreciate the
Chairman.
work you all do. Mr. Carter, Brian Carter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. So for our finance report for, as of September 30th, 1/4 of the way through the year, 3 months into it. So our overall general fund review, we'd be looking at about 25%. Most of our monthly revenues are periodic, we would expect. They're holding pretty good. They're within an acceptable range when you compare. We are starting to receive property tax collections, so we'll monitor that over the next 60 days or so. As you know, that's nearly 40% of our general fund budget with our property taxes, so we monitor that closely. On the expense side, all of our departmental areas are within that 25% range. Other than the general financial administration, that's all that upfront contracts and things we have to pay, insurance and otherwise at the start of the year. So overall, so far, 3 months through the year, revenues are looking good, looking like they're coming in as anticipated, and expenditures are within budgeted realms. Okay? So to graphically show that to you a little bit, you can see the revenue. So you remember the blip in August was the receipt of CARES Act money? And so now we're back down to where we would expect to be. Limited growth, maybe a little bit less, actually, if you look at the red line compared to the prior year. So to break that down a little further into our categories, you can see at this point of the year with property taxes, the current year is the yellow bar and the prior year is the green line. As you can see with property taxes, we're a little behind, but that could be any collection day. And bills were a little bit later getting out this year due to some system upgrades and some issues there. So not really a concern. Other local taxes are looking good. And revenue from the Commonwealth is down a little bit, but that could be timing. That's not necessarily a concern at this point. So to break down our more consistent monthly taxes, so local sales tax, you can see it is increasing a little bit, but we're not seeing the growth that we have seen in previous years at this point in the year. You can see it's about 2.6% increase year over year. It's about $46,000. Really what we like to see is 4 or 5%. So this could be a timing. I know the state's had some great sales tax collection months. We're not seeing that yet contribute to the county. It's kind of leveling off. We'll talk a little bit later about some economic update, but this is about $6 million of our budget, and so the sales tax is very important that continues to grow. Meals tax, we saw the spike in August. It's back down to a normal realm in September. Still 14% over the same time last year as far as revenue collections, about $55,000. So that's looking good, but it is starting to normalize essentially. So for occupancy, if you remember, we had that very large jump in August. We anticipate that was a lot of catch up with the additional 2% occupancy that became effective July 1st. You could see it's kind of came down now to what you would think would be a comparable level compared in September. And so we're still about 35,000 over where we expect to be year to year comparisons, about 33%, which is a good number. We anticipated overall for the year about 50,000 more for the additional 2%. And then, of course, you would have normal growth. We would still like to see a 3, 4, 5% normal growth in that. On the expenditure side, expenditures are following a little bit lower. I think what you're seeing on some of that is really the prior year had CARES Act money being spent in these months. So you'll probably see, as we trend over the next couple of months, a little bit higher in prior year than you do this year, but that's really attributable to CARES Act. So when we break it down, you can see on the public safety grouping that current year expenditures, the yellow bar is below. That is attributable to CARES Act. That's where those fell in our ledger. Health and welfare is also below, and we'll go in a little more detail on that. You can see the rest are up a little bit. We anticipate that, one, general growth. But the biggest thing is the 5% cost of living that was approved for staff. So breaking that down a little further on health and welfare, you see social services, the actual operating is up, probably mostly contributed to 5% cost of living. Programs are up a little bit. That's still being driven by foster care adoption subsidy. And CSA is down. That's mostly timing. We were very late in paying some invoices last year. We're ahead this year. What we are seeing is some very complex cases in CSA that are costing a lot of money. And so I think that I just want you to be aware that that's probably going to start to build as kids are back in school and things with some of the pandemic shutdowns are starting to become apparent. We're starting to see a lot of that materialize. Fund balance really hasn't changed. Our auditors were on site last week. All preliminary results seem to be very encouraging. I think we had a good audit. They'll probably be here in December to present the final report to the board. But at this time, we're still going on unaudited numbers. We're still $9.9 million above fund balance. And any kind of year-end approvals and things of that nature by the board, of course, impacts that number. I know we have some items later today. So economic update. I mentioned the state sales tax. It did grow 18.4% in September year over year. Did not, now maybe we're 2 months behind, whereas they're 1 month behind on reporting. So we may see our collections in October actually see a little bump, but it's tough to tell. The statewide, I mean, that doesn't necessarily correlate to our county taxes. So we are still seeing increased inflation. September inflation, again, was at 5.4% when compared to September a year ago. So we do have sustained inflation. You know, at this point, you're getting to a concern of, is the stimulus money actually propping up the economy? And at some point, when that money runs out, what does that do? Because as everyone knows, with the price of gas and the price of groceries, you have less discretionary money, which means that starts to impact meals and occupancy and maybe even sales. So we are a little bit concerned with the continued inflation. If any kind of additional stimulus, infrastructure or otherwise, is passed by Congress and signed by the president, that will make this worse. The supply chain shortage isn't going away, so we're cautious about it. It's not creating an issue yet, but at some point, there comes a breaking point when you have 5% inflation every month after month after month that people stop using discretionary spending because they don't have the money to. They have to pay their bills. So we're keeping an eye on it. And with that, be happy to answer any questions.
Anyone? Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Good job. All right. Margaret Torrance is not going to be here today. Steve Sandy's coming. We're going to talk about the Blue Ridge Tower discussion. Mr. Sandy, we received a letter from Boxwood Green Homeowners Association. If you would just briefly mention that and that you have advised that to go to planning and zoning.
Yes, sir. I think each one of you have a copy of this and maybe also got a copy in your Friday packet of a request from Boxwood Green Homeowners Association to consider rezoning their subdivision from the current zoning of A1 to R1. This is in the Union Hall District, and so we've had one of these cases recently, and kind of the path that one followed was the HOA actually made the petition to the Planning Commission from a planning perspective, and the Planning Commission was the one who decided whether or not to initiate that particular rezoning process. And so staff's recommendation is that we just kind of continue with that same model. And if that's the board's preference, we can send them some sort of correspondence and let them know the board considered it and the board requests that you take your request to the Planning Commission. So I don't know that we necessarily need a vote on that, but if there's at least consensus to head in that direction.
Just tell Boxwood Greens to take it to planning and zoning.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Correct. To the Planning Commission, present to the Planning Commission, and if the Planning Commission thinks it's suitable, then they would initiate rezoning requests. That's, the Idlewood Shores was a recent one that we had that kind of followed that example. So if that's the pleasure of the
Thank you.
board,
That's-
we'll take care of that.
I think that was the consensus. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now the Blue Ridge Tower
Yes, sir.
discussion.
The other item
Left over from yesterday.
is, yes, sir. We heard yesterday from Blue Ridge Towers in your Broadband Authority meeting about the process relative to Westlake and the federal review process, what they call Section 106 process that deals with any potential impact on the Booker T. Washington National Monument in this particular case. And so where we are in that process is that the county, in this case, me as a county representative is identified as a consulting party as part of this process. And so yesterday, I believe it was the kind of the desire of the authority to consider sending in comments relative to the mitigation measures that Blue Ridge Towers has put into place to construct a tower near the Booker T. Washington National Monument site. And based on the information that we received on Friday, that was our notification as a consulting party that we have 30 days to provide any comments. We're not obligated to send comments, but we can, and we have the opportunity within that 30-day period. And so I think it was some discussion yesterday about the possibility of staff generating a letter relative to comments as to the mitigation measures. And so I think it was the board's pleasure to bring that back up today and maybe discuss that a bit, and then staff can generate that letter relative to the comments that the board would like to make on that.
Mr. Carter?
Chairman, if I could, I think Blue Ridge Tower has done their due diligence up to this point, and I believe Anthony said the FCC had granted licensing approval, and
Not exactly. They have kind of indicated that they're okay with the mitigation
Okay.
measures, but they have to wait till after the process kind of runs its course before they can finally approve that process. So just want to clarify that.
okay. I think it would be in the county's best interest to move this project forward and get the service needed in that area at this point. So if we could send some sort of letter referencing these points and let staff put it together.
Is that the consensus of the board? We'll take a vote on that to let staff put a letter together to send it to, in support of moving this project along.
Just to clarify, that is support of the mitigation measures that have been implemented. I will point out, or should point out, just for everyone's benefit, that matter is still pending before the Planning Commission, and so the Planning Commission still has to take it up under the zoning issue, and it ultimately will come back to this board as a special use permit request for your consideration as well.
So would we be premature on the letter, or do we wait for that process? What staff recommend we do with that?
I think if the board is in favor of the mitigation measures that have been taken so far, I think that's perfectly fine to send a letter stating support of those measures. I just wanted to make sure it was clear that it will be coming back through the special use permit process at a later date.
I think there was a time limit when this letter has to be
30
there.
days.
30 days.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, may I? Mr. Sandy, I just want a point of clarification. This MOA period, this 30 days, is taking place as we speak. And as Mr. Sandy said, we're not in the environment at the Planning Commission at this point for special use permit. Having said that, Steve, is there any consideration for the fact that we have not had public hearings that are going to be yet to take place when Blue Ridge Towers actually gets the application going on this after this process. Should this board be weighing in prior to any public hearing feedback?
I'll probably refer to Mr. Gwynn on that one, because, you know, there are two, I think they can be looked at as two different matters. One is going to be the land use decision, and one is simply commenting on the Section 106 review process. So I think they could be handled separately. I guess maybe there's another question in there. Should the board make additional comments at this time? I think maybe that's the pleasure of the board, but I'll kind of look to Jim to.
If we need to go into consultation with the attorney, we probably need to go into closed session for that unless,
And I think it's a subjective thing more than it is a legal thing. I think that, you know, the board's not bound by supporting, through comment, granting a land use permit, because there's separate things, there's separate considerations in each. And, you know, although it may be correct from a land use standpoint, it may not be correct from a comment standpoint, or vice versa.
Is it fair?
Hopefully it's both.
Is it fair to say that the 106 process, if we commented on that, it's strictly within the parameters of thoughts about the mitigations that's been offered by BRT, and that would be the extent of, as a consulting party here, to our remarks during the 106?
That's, if I'm drafting the letter on behalf of the board, that's the direction I would take, is that simply responding to the mitigation measures as presented, not getting any deeper into any of the land use considerations or anything like that, because that's a subject for a later date. So that, if you're asking my opinion, that's the way I would draft the letter on your behalf, is that the board appreciates the mitigation measures that have been taken into account, you know, and something maybe as simple as that just to go on record for the 106 review process.
Ms. Smith, are you having some concerns that if this letter's drafted, that it could interfere with the negotiations for this?
I don't believe so. This is in my estimation, the 106 process is really a negotiation between the consulting parties, the Friends of Booker T. Washington, the Park Service, the Office on Historic Preservation. And if we comment, I think that would be optional at this point. If we as a board or authority comment on this process, I think, and I've been working on this very intimately since day one. I think that, in my personal opinion, the mitigations that have been proposed by Blue Ridge Towers, I think we need to acknowledge that. I think they're appropriate. I've been pleased with the mitigations that they've offered. Where that's going to land at the end of the 106, I don't know. But Mr. Chairman, to answer your question, I don't have a problem if we solidify our comments with regard to what we think about the mitigations that have been offered by Blue Ridge Towers.
Okay.
And I might just offer that, I'm sure, I'll speak for Mr. Gwynn, I'm sure he's happy to take a look at the letter before it goes out, just so I don't stick my foot in my mouth, you know, on behalf of the board, so.
Mike, does that go along with your proposal?
Yes.
Or do we need a vote on that or just a consensus, Madam Clerk?
I think a consensus.
Yeah, I think consensus
Is that a
is fine.
consensus of the board to go ahead with a generic letter to be sent in support of this? All right, thank you.
Yes, sir, thank you.
All right, we'll take a 10-minute break and come back. And Ms. Sims, you're up next. Yeah.
There isn't a spacing, just approved as to form. Because the vendor's already signed.
All right, we're going to get back. We've got a couple things to go over. We're going to change just a little bit. We're going to change around just a little bit. Mr. Bennett has to go back. He's with VACO. He says he loves it here in Franklin County, but he's got to go back to Richmond. So Madeline's going to come and present the legislative package so he can address and answer any questions that we may have, and then we can get him back on the road so he can get home before it gets dark. Madeline, you go ahead.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and board members. And thank you, Mr. Bennett, for being here from Richmond. We really appreciate it, and we love showcasing Franklin County. So we're happy to have you here and show off Franklin whenever we can. Mr. Chairman and the board, I am really just here to open up a conversation about the legislative agenda for this upcoming session. In the packet, staff has collected last year's agenda, which Supervisor Smith really did a lot of heavy lifting on that, so thank you so much. Just as a starting point, I've included that. Additionally, we have draft agendas from VACO. That's the larger agenda, that's blue. Previously, Franklin County has looked this one over, identified things that really stood out to the county specifically, and of course piggybacked on that and expanded upon those items to make it more Franklin County specific. Behind that agenda is a draft West Piedmont legislative program. This one's a little shorter, but it is specific to the region. It highlights a few areas that we may want to consider in Franklin County. And then additionally, we have a few others, and they're with the Chamber of Commerce. So we have the Smith Mountain Lake Regional Chamber of Commerce draft public policy agenda. It's a really colorful one. And then lastly, we have the Roanoke Regional draft. It doesn't say it at the top, but I have labeled it in the memo. So I don't know if you all have had a chance to think about what you would like to prioritize in this upcoming agenda. Of course, we have both November and December to consider this before the General Assembly meets in early of next year. So right now, I'm just here to answer any questions you all may have. These are all, I want to stress, these are drafts that you have in your packet, with the exception of the one that we sent last year, and just really ask you all to go home and consider what we want to focus on next month, and then looking forward, if we want to invite legislators here. Last year, we were able to do a Zoom option and also have Delegate Poindexter in the room, so that's something we can look at moving forward. But for now, that's what I have for you, and staff is willing and able to work and assist in any way, shape, or form, and we also have contacts at each one of these places that we have the agendas from. So,
If you got any questions that you'd like to address to Madeline or to Jeremy, now's the time to do it. If not, we can take these home and you can study them and read them. And if you have changes, you can contact Madeline in regards to those changes.
and really right now, I don't necessarily have a draft for our 2022. This is just a discussion. So just like Chairman Thompson said, any ideas, any thoughts, send them our way.
Mr. Chairman, I was going to extend to the board that I'm happy to work on this again this year at your pleasure. If it's your desire, I'm happy to study this packet, solicit your input, and bring a draft to the November meeting. And of course, I would get that out to you ahead of time for your consideration. And we've got, as Madeline said, November and December, but I would be happy to work at the board's pleasure if that's
Thank
if
you,
that's
Ms.
what you
Smith,
like.
for that. Madeline, if you'll.
I would like to work with Supervisor Smith on this project. If the board,
Okay.
that's okay with the rest of the board.
Be good. There, got your staff together there now to help you with. We need to keep it at 2 though, because we can't let it get over that, so it's not a meeting. So we'll keep it at that. Mr. Bennett, you got anything you'd like to add to that or say while you're here?
Mr. Chair, thank you for the opportunity and for shuffling around the agenda. I would just say that we have we welcome an open and continued conversation on your legislative priorities. VACO through our legislative process. We begin that in August with our steering committees meeting. They kind of go over our draft priorities, make those recommendations to staff, and then at our annual conference coming up November 14th through 16th, we have another meeting of the steering committees. It then goes to our board of directors before then being voted on by our full membership. So certainly, appreciate any feedback you have on the preliminary packet that is the preliminary agenda that's included in your packet. And certainly, if you have any questions or concerns about any of the items in there, please feel free to reach out to anyone at the VACO team. We're happy to accommodate those requests. So,
Thank you. Thank you. Does that open any questions up to the board to Jeremy?
I just wanted to make one comment, if I may, Mr. Chairman. Jeremy, I think you and I chatted just a few minutes ago, but the VACO's legislative agenda, even in draft form, is a wonderful tool for the localities in the Commonwealth. And I know that Mr. Carter and I will use it very judiciously, I think, as we put ours together, because you guys do a fantastic job of reflecting not just, the comprehensive state level, but it really seems to touch us on the local level in a very good way. So just from us, we appreciate the opportunity to use that as a guiding tool.
thank you, Supervisor Smith. I really appreciate that. And we can't do our job without input from our members. So it's definitely a two-way process, and we appreciate having that continued dialogue.
Thank you.
Thank y'all. Beth?
Good afternoon. I have two agenda items today. I'm going to start with Chaos Mountain Brewery's APHID grant extension request, if that's okay, and then we'll do Summit View next. So the executive summary is in your packets. I don't feel like I need to regurgitate them for you, but simply we're just asking for a 15-month extension. Chaos Mountain Brewery, located in Callaway, Virginia, owners Wendy and Joe Halleck, and Joe was actually here with us this afternoon. But due to the COVID-19 pandemic, they had some issues. Most breweries had to completely shutter for at least 2 months. And you can imagine all the issues that arose from that. And so we're just asking for a 15-month extension to fulfill their grant. So it would move it from their performance date was April 30th of 2021, and it'll extend it 15 months out for that. So that gives them about an additional year from this point to meet their metrics. Does anybody have any questions about it?
Any questions about that? No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Do you need a vote for that?
Yeah, I do need a vote for that.
Okay, we need a motion and a vote for participation with the Business Ready Site Program for the grant application.
Oh, no, sorry, the other one. I swapped them, I'm sorry. So I make a motion to approve the 15-month performance date extension request for Chaos Mountain Brewing.
I will make that motion, Mr. Chairman.
We got a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? No opposition.
Thank you. Thank you, Joe. All right, the second one deals with a grant application that me and Mr. Burnett worked on last week for Summit View Business Park. All right, here we go. So I'm pretty excited about this just because we got updated photography and videography done a couple weeks ago. And it's a great company that we found to work with, pretty local. And they went ahead and sent us some kind of previews of photography so y'all can see this picture. It's an aerial drone photograph of the whole park. And this was just 3 weeks ago. So this is about as recent as it gets. There's been a little bit of work done in some areas since then, but this is about as recent as it gets. Am I doing this right, Madeline?
Yeah, hit the arrow. If that doesn't work, hit the clicker.
Where's the clicker?
Well, if they all three don't work, then we might be out of luck.
Say.
Yes. I have done that before, though.
I'm sorry, I'm not the
Like
most,
that.
there we go, okay. So before I really start talking about the grant application we did, the one thing that I really loved about this project was, is we are finally getting to the point where we can see the human element of Summit View Business Park. And that is the point of Summit View Business Park. That's why y'all have made this long-term, investment in our county and in our people. This is Mike. He's the new CEO of Valley Star Credit Union. A great guy. I've met him once in person and talked to him several times, and he's only been here about 6 weeks. And he hit the ground running. And they should be in that building by the end of November. They had some construction hiccups, but it looks pretty much ready to go, so they should be in there by the end of November. And just wanted to remind, the goal of our department is to increase the prosperity of our citizens. And so that's why I wanted to make sure to capture the humans at Summit View Business Park. This is one of the trails that Rotary and Rocky Mount helped fund. This is the trail over there by the pavilion. This is one of my friends from college that came out and ran so we could get some photos of him. This was at the produce auction. All the produce auction pictures were so good. I wish I could have had time to include all of them. But this was the auction. There was pumpkins, mums. There was still tomatoes left over from the summer harvest. It was just awesome. So this is one of the pictures from the produce auction. And this is at the library. So we won an award earlier today for Summit View Business Park 24-hour library. I'm sure some of y'all might recognize these folks. Once again, I called in some favors, and it was really cool. This was those girls' first experience with the 24-hour library, and they got out of the car and were like ecstatic. There's one picture where Paisley has her hands over her face, so it was just really cool. And the photographers and videographers, I want to mention too, they do a lot of work for industrial parks. They were very impressed with Summit View, and they pretty much said that we have the best product on the market. So I think that's reassuring. And then this is within StickPack. So StickPack allowed us to go in and take a few pictures. So I included a couple of pictures of their workers. Okay, so now to the grant stuff. So we applied for 2 grants through VEDP's Business Ready Site program. Like I said, me and Mike worked on that together. We applied for Dogwood site. We applied for grading there. And once again, that's included in your packet, the cost and such of that. And then we also applied for the North Region to run the road up closer to the water tank and to do some utility water and sewer work there. That way, when prospects come to see that land, it's more ready than it is currently. So there's just a map of the Dogwood site, and it shows the topography there, how they have to do some fill and stuff like that. Oh, and this is an aerial so the Dogwood site is back here. You can see Valley Star in the front, the little pocket park up here, the signage. And I think this one's my favorite. Chris, was this your favorite too? But I think this one might be my favorite of all of them. You can see Hayes Mountain in the back, and there's Dogwood site up here. So we've got some really good marketing materials now. Yeah. We're all proud of Summit View, but we need the rest of the world to know about Summit View. And then this is the chart that shows the probable costs were prepared by Timmons a while back when we had some prospect activity. So they gave us some probable costs there. And this is what we submitted for the grant. And then North Region, same deal, kind of, here's the map. And then, there's some aerial, here's StickPack here. There's traditional medicinal site. And then this here is what we applied for money for some road and utility extensions. You can see how nice it looks with the silos and everything. There's another one, North Region. And then there's the cost for that. Once again, Timmons.
Where are we gonna put the Cracker Barrel and Hampton Inn at?
I know, it'll be
That's
great,
a great
wouldn't it?
question.
Hey, that house is for sale right there in front of it. Maybe somebody will
Gotta
buy
get
it and
that out
turn it
there
into
somewhere.
something. Yeah, we'll find a place. And then I thought this was just really pretty. It's a picture of the sign and stuff. So we don't have a ton of information about the actual grant program. We don't know how many applied. We don't know how they're going to divide up the money. You did have to have over 100-acre sites. So we had 2 contiguous areas of over 100 acres. So that's why we did 2 applications. They did want it to be publicly owned land, which ours is publicly owned. So that's pretty much all we know. There's $7 million allocated for the whole state. But this is hopefully part 1 of this grant. What they're saying is if they have a high enough need, then next year during session, they will advocate for more money for this program. We're finding where businesses pretty much weren't looking to expand during that first year of COVID, now when businesses are looking to expand, it's almost too late. So they need turnaround time pretty quickly. So having ready product to go for prospects is getting more and more important. And so we're hoping we can find some state funds, state, federal, whatever grant funds to help cover that. Any questions about any of that?
Anybody got any questions for, Ms.
I
Sam?
have one, Mr. Chairman. Beth, in the staff executive summary, help me, what is Northland Bay? I am not familiar with.
So that's what we call the area, like when we went to Stick Packs ribbon cutting, like
Yeah.
if you look up the hill, like towards the water tower, all that area through there, we call the Northland Bay.
Okay, I've just never seen that anywhere.
Yeah, sorry, yeah.
No, I mean, so
Yes.
thank you.
Yeah, so the gravel road that goes up, all that area to the left, we call the Northland Bay.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else?
I just would like to comment, these pictures are fantastic.
They
Yeah.
are pretty cool.
Yeah, they did a really good job. They're out of Alta Vista, actually, the company.
Pretty nice pictures. Anybody else? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. And I just need a
Right now, we need to do,
motion to
what's the
approve.
business, the pleasure of the staff in regards to the application for the grant. There's a motion there in your packet in number 8.
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion to authorize staff to make application to the Virginia Business Ready Sites Program for the 2 described projects at the Summit View Business Park and authorize staff to submit documents as necessary to achieve this submission.
Second.
Do we get it? Second. Madam Clerk, will you do a roll call on that, please?
Supervisor Ronnie Mitchell.
Yes.
Supervisor Smith.
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum.
Yes.
Supervisor Carter.
Yes.
Supervisor Williams.
Yes.
Chairman Thompson.
Yes.
And Supervisor Clement is absent. Please vote.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Ms. Sam.
Thank you.
Thanks, Beth.
Ms. Spencer, Carrie Spencer. She- This is in regards to SML Partners
Just in case.
on the road permit, section 10 in your book.
You must be having a hiccup. One area.
This is the same presentation that you were given at the last meeting in September. You had tabled the discussion in the hopes that there would be some more information from staff or the developer about that address the concerns with private roads. So it's just a reminder, it's a 195-acre subdivision located off Mormon Road. I think that you have a copy of this in your packet as well. The project has been rezoned, and private roads are allowed in RPD districts with a special use permit. Special use permit, as you know, gives you the opportunity to impose conditions on development. The applicant, in addition to the conditions that were first submitted to you for the special use permit, staff and the developer got together to discuss some additional conditions, which are also in your packet and on the and these conditions make the requirement for a homeowners association and maintenance agreement. They sort of make that a condition of approval. And the developer is offering to record a declaration of covenants and homeowners agreement at the same time as a plat, which means that before any lots are conveyed, they would be subject to this agreement. They've offered to certify the roads having been built to the standard, to the VDOT standard that they have specified. This isn't usually done. Typically, when in the overtaking of public roads, VDOT will inspect them when they're being requested to be taken over. In this situation, the roads will be inspected before they're taken over, and before any lots are conveyed. So that's a bit more of a safeguard than we've had in the past. The association will levy assessments over the full 20 years. The intent of the developer is to eventually have these roads being taken over as public roads, but as they explained before, there is a private easement underneath these road routes that are encumbering the VDOT from being able to take them over as public roads right now. So on an annual basis, the association will allow us to review sureties that have been posted for the roads in order to ensure that they are still covering the costs. And a road maintenance agreement approved by the county attorneys will be included in the declaration of covenants, which means that it will be in effect at the time of recorded plat. In other words, before any lots are conveyed to individuals. What that does, of course, is ensure that the individuals purchasing lots are well aware of their responsibility, well aware of the disposition of the roads, and their responsibility to maintain them. When I wrote this condition, number 11, a road maintenance agreement to be referenced on any plat recorded for the development, there may be a situation where the developer records the plat in phases so that a first phase of development a road can be completed for an initial phase and initial lots before moving on to the next. And this is actually a win-win because it allows the developer to accomplish the work in phases, and it allows us to approve the work in phases. And there are situations where a final phase of a development may take years if the economy, the market dictates that. That is another thing that's different from previous roads that we've approved. Are there questions about these conditions or the road maintenance agreement? The county attorneys have been reviewing the agreement and will continue to review it to ensure that whatever concerns you have are addressed.
My concern is still the same after reading this. It's still the same as it was last month. I understand. I think there's a contradiction in terms here that brought up to VDOT standards. Then if it's brought up to VDOT standards, how come VDOT is not complying and taking it over? Because it's not brought up to VDOT standards. Because if it were, the problem that they're having with easements and right-of-ways, that wouldn't be a thing. They would have that worked out. My biggest thing with this project is still the same. I am concerned that in this 20 years here, that we're going to have, like other subdivisions in here, the developer has come, developed the property, and he's gone. And then the people, I get phone calls on a regular basis. I've got a subdivision right now where I had to go find a way in through some private property to get a fire truck and an ambulance in because it can't go across a bridge for the weight limit. The developer's gone, and the county, VDOT, and the train does not build bridges for that. And got another subdivision in the county that just a couple weeks ago, the people called and said they don't even know where their lot's at. They can't get back because it's growed up. They were thinking about selling it. And we got Melody Lakes and Log Cabin Estates. And it's going to be hard for me, and I don't know about the rest of these guys, but for me to approve anything that the roads are not brought up to VDOT standards and turned over to VDOT. I think this county needs this type of growth and this type of development, and I would love to see this. And I think the thing or the problem that we have there is not getting these roads to VDOT standards.
I do want to make sure to clarify that because a condition of the approval would be that the roads would be constructed to VDOT standards.
then why is it not turned over to VDOT and they got it?
I can answer that, yeah. VDOT has a law where if there is any sort of encumbrance, a private encumbrance underneath the road, an older encumbrance that hasn't been vacated, that they can't take the roads over. So
Then
it's
it's not brought up to VDOT standards. The way
I
let me
understand what
rephrase
you're
that.
saying. I
The way
understand.
I see it, it's not to VDOT standards.
The construction standards will be, but I understand what you're talking about. Now, when you say VDOT standards, you're talking about to the letter of their law, unencumbered.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Anyone else got any questions of Carrie?
Mr. Chairman, I have one.
Go ahead.
Who will oversee, I don't know whether VDOT will oversee, or who's going to watch and see that these roads are built to state specifications?
That will be done by a certified engineer.
By, pardon?
By a certified engineer who will certify that the roads are brought up to those standards.
So he will certify that the roads, everything pertaining to that road is up to state standards?
Yes, sir.
All right. When does VDOT ever review this?
Typically, they review a road when it's being offered for, to be taken over for maintenance. And, I mean, I could request their review of the road. I hate to put that burden on them.
Well, I think in looking at that in two ways, they're asking to put a burden on this board that we think they're gonna do the work. And I agree with our chairman that we need to have proper things in place to assure that we don't have a return of some of the things that we've lived through for the last 15 years or so.
I've been taking note, as we get ready to update our zoning ordinances and subdivision ordinance, that it would be wise to follow through with that sentiment and make sure that it's clear for future development moving forward, the disposition about allowing private or public roads.
I'm sorry. Yes, hold on just a second. Ms. Smith, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I continue to have some problems, Carrie. The road maintenance agreement is exceptional, I understand that. The burden beyond that falls on the homeowners association. Homeowners association in the state of Virginia are governed, and they have to pay annual registration fees to be in compliance. I live in a subdivision where the POA was allowed to become defunct, and I'm dealing with numerous other subdivisions in my district. The POA becomes defunct. They don't anymore comply with the SCC. And then in terms of, it's easy for us to condition assessments and say that this is what would occur. That takes into consideration the fact that your POA board has majority share, not the developer. That's not really addressed here.
Well, the developer will be the board until it's given over, until the roads are complete. They've
Okay.
accepted that responsibility.
All right, but there's another problem there, because if the developer's a majority shareholder and the developer goes belly up, or the developer exits the environment, and there's not full control over the rest of the subdivision because he still owns by deed the remaining property, you're gonna have failing, over time, you're gonna have private roads that are gonna fail because there's nobody overseeing that at that point in time. And these conditions for me, because I see and live this, it's in my district, they're falling short of protection for the residents in this subdivision based on the fact that I don't see any assurances beyond the road maintenance agreement and addressing issues like if the developer is the majority owner, shareholder, and he exits the picture, what does that mean? What does that mean for the continuity of road maintenance over those 20 years?
Or if you say if the POA, the association goes defunct.
Yeah, so
And
those are the things that we, I think, up here are talking about. We see these things in real time, and that's the problem that's inherent with our private roads. And there are varying conditions that exist, but there is no easy answer to dealing with private roads.
I will agree to that. You can't, and we can't anticipate and make that sort of promise. There are public roads right now that have never been brought over into the system because the market didn't sell the homes over the course of many years. And there's even some situations where roads that are intended to be public were built to public standards, but have now deteriorated because the lots weren't sold. I mean, it's a problem. It's an issue that we didn't face before the downturn of the economy in the past. So it's sort of a new horizon.
And I just want to make sure I understand, there's no latitude, and we've got VDOT, still here. There is no latitude for VDOT to accept a road with an existing easement on. Is there any way to work around that, not work to the problem, but work around the problem from a statutory perspective?
Are you in a position where you'd be comfortable answering that question? We've been discussing this for another situation, so if you don't mind me putting you on the spot.
No.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the board. So yeah, we've had this situation come up in a different locality in the state, and basically there were three options.
Talking to there.
Can you hear me now? Better? There we go. So one way to do it would be to have the easement actually be extinguished, which I understand that may not be an option in this case. I'm not as familiar with this particular one. The second one would be for the easement to be subordinated. So basically, the road, public right-of-way, would be a hierarchy, I guess, over, and then the easement that existed would be subordinate. And then lastly, the third option would be to just simply find a different direction to travel, whether it be another entrance to another public state highway. But those are the three things that were considered in another situation.
So what about option number 2 in this case? Is it incumbent upon the applicant to request that? Or is that something that through the VDOT review that would be revealed in terms of bringing the road into the state system?
That would be up to the developer to be able to make that easement become subordinate, or I guess subordinated to the road public. And that would have to be presented to us or to VDOT for review.
Carrie, I would suggest that we look at those things with the developer.
I see that the developer
Thanks, Brian.
Thanks.
is here, and I know he would very much like a chance to speak to you. And especially in light of the fact that he has proposed additional conditions.
Yes, ma'am, in just a moment. Mr. Carter.
Ms. Smith answered some of my questions. That subordinating the road, that's an interesting thing. I was looking at some of the restrictions that are put on this, and it's pretty strong. And like our chairman said, I would like to see this development built. I'm sort of feeling like in the state of Virginia, it's cavite emptor, buyer beware. So if these people walk in here and buy this property, they're aware of the road situation. I don't know if it's incumbent on us as a board to restrict his development. That's just my personal thought.
Anyone else? Mike? Ronnie?
My question's for the developer and attorney. Do you want me to wait on
Right,
that?
we'll bring him
Okay.
back in just a
All right.
minute. Anyone else got anything for Carrie?
I'm happy to step back up if you do have questions.
Yes, ma'am. The developer, they're here and they want to talk?
Yes, sir.
Clyde was him, with her? Okay.
Thanks for having us back, board. We appreciate our time to try and help explain. We took the last month to really take into consideration all your very legitimate concerns and wanted to try and address them as best we can. You can't prepare for everything. You can't prepare for natural disasters and the what-ifs of the world. However, we believe that we've put a lot of conditions on this property to ensure the fact that with an agreement with the state of Virginia that mandates the HOA keep a budget in place that can levy fines or levy assessments onto their homeowners, that we feel like we've solved the issue. I can certainly understand how there are still a lot of what-ifs that could take place in the world. We've done over 100 developments in the last 17 years that I've been doing business. 95% of those, and I spent a lot of time over the last month looking through this. 95% of those were private road subdivisions. We haven't had any issues with any of our private road subdivisions because we set up good standards on the front side for our subdivisions and reserve funds for deferred maintenance in our HOAs. I can't speak to all of the issues that you guys face in Franklin County on some of your subdivisions, but we had looked into development agreements in place for those communities, and we were unable to locate any of the agreements. So we were really anticipating that this would help shore up our position that we feel like this should take care of the roads. And there's one other thing that I would speak to as well, and Carrie kind of addressed it some as well, is that when you're doing custom home communities, typically they're not Ryan Home subdivisions where a Ryan Home subdivision will come in and they're building houses along with the sale of the lots. VDOT will come in and take a road after, I believe it's three houses are built. And so that speeds up the process. However, in a lot of the subdivisions that don't have a nationwide tract home builder associated with it, it could be easily 10 or 20 years for roads that are to be turned over to the state of Virginia before they actually get turned over. So that HOA is still responsible for taking care of those roads until that time. So, I mean, I think that's very important to understand. Holland,
you want me to speak about the VDOT stuff?
That'd be great.
And I've noticed some of the talk about VDOT, and I'm glad we have somebody here from VDOT to speak on that. Part of what happens in Franklin County is you've got a lot of subdivisions that have a lot of easements. Then the big parcels of land get bought up, and all these other easements were there prior to. This property had 9 easements to different property owners, and so then you've got to get everybody to release it so that then VDOT will take it in. A lot of times in Franklin County, we see people, especially in doing real estate for the last 12 years, that they're worried about giving up their easement because they think they're giving up something that they own. That's common for a lot of people because really they don't understand how real estate works. It's not knocking who wants to release it. They just don't understand it. They think they're giving up their property. And so that's kind of a case we have here. I don't think you have any opposition from any landowners that are down there or have an easement there. The problem you have is I think the worry that, well, if I give it up, it's gone. How am I going to get to my property? And as far as the subordination goes, I believe that still requires the developer to get the signature of the person that has the easement. So basically, they're not releasing it, but they're subordinating it so then VDOT can take it in. And you can correct me if I'm wrong on that, but yeah, that is correct, he says. So that's the issue. Building the road, this developer wants to do that to state standards. We can't make VDOT take it in. That's the problem I think the chair has. Well, if it's up to VDOT standards, why not take it in? Well, they can't. Simply, they just can't do it. It would be a taking of somebody else's easement. I mean, that's the problem. And so unless everybody releases it or subordinates it, then you have to do a private road until something changes. That doesn't mean that it'll be any less of a road. And I think these conditions, they are stern for what I would recommend my clients putting in there. But, I mean, that's something they're feeling comfortable to do. And again, this is something, as Supervisor Carter alluded to, these will be, when these go to be sold, these declarations, these covenants, these restrictions will be in front of the buyer. They will be able to see what's going on. It's not going to be hidden from them that this is a private road system, that they're going to have to pay for the upkeep. I heard Chairman Thompson say Melody Lake. I'm familiar with that subdivision. Their HOA has not maintained that road, and honestly, they don't collect their dues. So, I mean, every subdivision is different. It's also about who is in charge of these subdivisions. And Supervisor Smith, I heard you say something about the fact that a majority could change the restrictions and covenants. And they could do that to also eliminate the HOA. In talking with my client, if the board would feel more comfortable with the declarant, them remaining an owner of one lot, that would not allow that to happen, because as long as the declarant owns a lot, they can't change the restrictions and covenants. So we can get into a lot of things that we can do to make you more comfortable. That's the goal. But obviously, if this is not approved, this subdivision can't move forward because of the way we can't get it into the state system with the way it's set up at this time because of the easements. So I'd be happy to answer any questions I can. I know Jay will as well, but.
I'd like to make one more statement. We have approached all of the right-of-way holders and have been met with stern pushback from one. So just to let everybody know, we've made over a $4 million investment into your county. We're trying to build community in your county. We're trying to stir economic development in your county. We're trying to grow your census. We're trying to grow your tax base. And we all know what that means as far as roads and schools and libraries and things like that. So we've worked very hard to get this project in a position to move forward. We've worked for 3 years permitting the project. So, you know, we're heavily invested in this county, and I have a long resume of other places we've done business throughout the Southeast and Virginia, where we have good standing in our communities that we've done work in, and we've built good communities, and we've done economic development. But this project will not move forward without the SUP. So it will not be meeting the, you guys had a housing summit earlier this year. We're trying to participate with that process, and we've hit a roadblock, and we need your help to move forward and to help meet the county's goals as well. So, this is something where, 95% of the projects we do are on private roads, and I've not had any of our projects have these issues. Anyhow, any questions?
I don't have any questions, just myself. I'm not questioning your integrity or anything that you said. Nothing at all. I appreciate your interest and your involvement in the county. But the road situation, not turning it over to VDOT, that's where my hesitation is. Has nothing, everything else you said, I'm on board with it. I thank you for your investment in the county. I don't know what we've got to do to get it so that it can be turned over to VDOT standards and they can take it, because there's too many what ifs. I've heard the same talk before from different investors and different projects, and I've been on the receiving end. Got constituents right now mad at me, and I didn't have nothing to do with it because a fire truck can't get into their place. And I don't know what the answer is. It puts you and I both in this whole board in a bad situation, because we've got these developments in each one of our districts, and it's tough. It is extremely tough. And I understand where you're from, but I hope you understand where we're from. And I don't know what the answer is.
I got a couple questions. As you know, last month meeting, I was full support of trying to get this passed. I agree with them on the road situation. Mr. Costello mentioned finding a different. Is it the entrance where you have the 9 easements? I'm just
Yes,
trying to
sir.
wrap my head around it.
And if you look at the plat and the packets you guys were given, at where Mormon Road State Maintenance ends, we bought $1 million right-of-way to get into our project. And at that time, we were not made aware of this potential issue. Okay, so we spent a lot of time and effort to get to this project. And so there's not a current, we would not, it's about a mile long that we would have to buy a different right-of-way to come in.
Right.
And so unfortunately, we're not able to find another way into the project. We've tried that.
All right, thank you. So there's 9 easements, Holland, you said?
Yeah, there's 9 different easement holders, and 8 of them, I believe, are on board.
So you just have
releasing. It's
one.
one that does not want.
Does it come down to money, basically? It just not having it?
Want to give up his.
It's something, you're giving up some land if you do that. And while that's not correct, you got to respect the belief of it.
Holland, can you explain to me what Brian said was option 2 a little bit more in depth, please?
Subordination is option number 2, and the problem with that is really it is option 1, just in a different format. It's basically saying the road that they have developed subordinates the lesser easement, which is the one. It's basically you're taking a lower priority, but the landowner still has to sign it. That's right. Okay, and so that's the problem. He still has to sign a document that would be not doing away with his easement, but saying it's a lesser than the other. And I think we'll still run into that same problem because we're aware of the 3 options, and none of them are options that I think the current landowner is going to listen to.
So here's another question. You guys did the development down off Burnt Chimney Road, correct?
That's right.
What's left to be done on Fat Road?
We need to pave it.
So you guys are going to pave that? 'Cause I went down there and just to see what just take a look at your work.
Absolutely. We're waiting on VDOT to, and then this is in their typical process, to go out and review what's on the ground right now, make sure it meets their standards before we put pavement on it. Because what we don't want to do is, if there's something that's off a little bit we need to fix, we don't want to rip up pavement.
Right.
So we're hoping to get it done before the end of this year.
Now, did y'all have problems with easement there, or was it just one big chunk of land you're able to get everything done you needed? So VDOT will take that road over into their system.
There are certain parts of that subdivision that have not been developed that have an easement issue, and that's for future development.
But VDOT will take over that road in that subdivision.
That's the plan.
As soon as they confirm that it was built to state spec.
Okay.
And it will be built to state spec. And if I get killed in a car wreck on the way home, the project's bonded. So, I mean, there are measures in place to make sure that if something happens to us, that the project gets built.
Okay. So my comment would be along the lines of Mr. Carter's. But I also agree with our chairman that I do have some concerns because I just dealt with this last year with a subdivision in my district. We didn't have all these to go by with that subdivision. So I think to call it, I don't know if I'd call it a gamble. Have you went back to talk to the one individual lately? Maybe they've had a change of heart.
We've offered to buy his property.
Okay.
And we were told no. So, I mean, I'm not saying we'll quit and just turn up on a $4 million investment, but it doesn't look good. And, the property otherwise is good for farmland. It's a nice waterfront farmland, but it's farmland.
Right, I understand. So, to go back to comments you made, yes, this is exactly what this county is looking for, and I get that. So I'm gonna jump on your coattail, Mr. Carter. I think we need some housing. I'm nervous about it, Holland. I mean, Jay, I think it's just kind of those things we're kind of taking your word at this point if we were to approve it. So, but we need the housing. We're short on housing. We need the development. We need the tax base. So I think as long as everyone is aware here, my comment would be, I think I'd be willing to roll the dice with Mr. Carter on this one.
Mr. Carter? Yeah, I just have one quick question. Mr. Schott, if I understood correctly, you're going to maintain a piece of property in there so you can control the homeowners association, is that correct?
We certainly can. I mean, here, and we will if that needs to be a condition placed on the project to get, board support. The way that the maintenance agreement is put in place, just so, I want to explain it one different way, is that, yes, you're right, Ms. Smith, that the HOA could vote to disband an HOA, but not if they have an agreement that is mandatory for an SUP and a rezoning to be put in place. They'll be bound by that agreement before the HOA is put in place. So I don't believe, and Holland, you can correct me if I'm wrong, I don't believe that they could disband the HOA. Now, we would also, on the other flip side of that, so let's say that, okay, so that I think helps handle the HOA, like you cannot get rid of this HOA and it has to pay its dues and it has the ability to levy assessments. And if they don't pay their dues, then you can take their property and sell it to fund the general account for maintenance. And these are going to be expensive lots. These aren't inexpensive on water. I think there's 66 waterfront lots that are going to be around $250,000 a piece. These people aren't going to let their properties go like that. So, they're making a huge investment into this community, and I just, I don't know about the other communities. I wasn't involved with those. I've never been involved with a community that's failed before. So I don't know about that. But the other thing I was going to say is I feel like that shores up the HOA being disbanded. But we can get a legal opinion on that from the county as well. The other thing that I was going to say is that, in the covenants, if we need to add another condition as far as what happens if we go bankrupt, I mean, number one, there's going to be a bond in place. Okay, so there's going to be a bond in place that the county gets to measure, like if it takes us 10 years to build the subdivision, or however long, that I think it's, Carrie, how often do they get to look at? Annually, they get to examine the bond and look at inflation to see if it's increased in cost, and they can ask us to put up more money. So, if something were to happen to us, we can also put in the covenants that if we go bankrupt for any reason, that our declarant rights go to the HOA for the lots that have been sold. So I think there's ways to shore up some of the issues, some of the concerns that are being had, and we're certainly willing to do what it takes to get this project moving forward.
All right, anyone? Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to seek legal counsel for a few minutes, please.
Anyone else for that? We'll go into a recess for consultation with council on what? Mr. Mitchell, and for what?
To the comment you made about how you can make the HOA do what you said, I want to talk to our county attorney. I don't know, how should I word that?
You just want consultation with the attorney,
I
right?
just want consultation with.
A7, 3711, A7.
A7.
Thank you.
A7.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, Board of Supervisors will enter a motion to go into a closed meeting in accordance to 2.2-3711A7, consultation with legal counsel.
Need a second?
I will.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
You got to do a roll call on that one, go ahead.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum?
Yeah.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Leland Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Ronnie Mitchell?
Yes.
Chairman Thompson?
Yes. All right, we'll be back shortly. We'll go. session. Tatum?
Mr. Chairman, I certify that only
Sure,
public
but
business
thanks.
matters lawfully exempted from the open meeting requirements under the Virginia Freedom of Information Act were heard, discussed, or considered in the closed session to which this certification applies, and only such business matters as were identified in the motion by which this closed session was convened were heard, discussed, or considered in the meeting to which this certification applies.
Need a second?
Second.
Madam Clerk, we,
Yes.
Supervisor Carter.
Yes.
Supervisor Leland Mitchell.
Yes.
Supervisor Ron Mitchell.
Yes.
Supervisor Smith.
Yes.
Chairman Thompson.
yes. All right, Board, I will entertain a motion to table this to our next meeting for SML Properties to get together with staff and the attorney to work out some questions that have come up.
Would you call me sometime before the end of the week, Colin?
I will.
And I'll explain to you what's going on. I think we just need to, there's a little more information that
We'll get
help.
together. I'll call you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that we table this until further notice and give staff and legal counsel time to work with the developers and to iron out some issues.
A second?
Second.
All in favor? Madam Clerk, you do a roll call on that, please.
Yes. Supervisor Carter.
Yes.
Supervisor Leland Mitchell.
Yes.
Supervisor Ron Mitchell.
Yes.
Supervisor Smith.
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum.
Yes.
Chairman Thompson.
Yes. Thank y'all.
Thanks.
Thanks, guys. Thank y'all.
All right. Where we at?
Lisa Cooper.
Lisa Cooper.
Lisa Cooper. Where's Miss Lisa at?
So much for an early meeting. So much for an early meeting. Well, where are we?
Hello. I'll try to make this brief because I know you're running a little bit behind. Is it not working? Can you hear me now?
There you go.
Usually my voice is loud enough that people don't have trouble hearing me.
Rich's not here.
As I was saying, Mr. Chairman, I'll try to make this brief because I know y'all are running a little bit behind. But I am here today to talk to you about a VDOT program called Comprehensive Roadside Management Program. As you are aware, because Mr. Daniel talked about it today, we have one of the roundabouts has been constructed. At this point in time, the center of that roundabout is grass. We'll also have another roundabout at Burnt Chimney and Brooks Mill Road. And I think it goes out to bid in February of 2022. And when that one comes under construction, at this point in time, it will the center of it will be mulch or grass also. Keep in mind that some of these roundabouts are gateways into our communities. And VDOT has this program where you can either do it as a local government or you can partnership with someone to do this program and put low maintenance landscaping in these roundabouts that would be maintained for at least 5 years. If you go with a company, a landscaping company, or even a civic group, they would be able to put a sign, a small sign, that they're the ones that are doing this landscaping. There are certain steps that we have to go through if we want to do this. If we do end up doing something like this, we're still going to have a public hearing. You'll still have to do it by resolution. But basically, what I'm here today to ask you as a board is if you would give your staff permission to investigate this program a little bit more, maybe contact some civic groups or landscaping contractors in Franklin County and see if they are interested in putting up an investment for at least 5 years to help us maintain this. Roanoke County has this program. They actually have one landscaper that has done 2 of their roundabouts. It seems like a very good program. It would benefit the person that's kind of like marketing for them. It would help us enhance our gateways because we know mulch is going to have to be replaced, and because of staff, VDOT will probably only mow the roundabout grass area 2 to 3 times a year. So basically, I am here to ask you if y'all would allow staff to look into this program. And if you do allow this, if it does get up and running, we will definitely have to bring it back to you.
I think it's a good idea myself.
Absolutely.
I think everybody else is shaking their head yes. Do we need a, can you do that on a consensus?
I just
or would
need
you
a
rather have vote?
consensus, if that's okay with
You've got
y'all.
a consensus from everybody here to look into that?
Okay, well, your staff will start looking into it and working with VDOT. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa.
Thanks, Lisa.
Mr. Chairman, there are over 100 nonprofits down my way. I think there will be a lot of interest.
I think so too.
Yeah.
You see, well, you do see the landscaping companies, but you see the churches with signs up where they've done it and everything. And yeah, I don't think, that's a good idea.
And we can investigate the nonprofits, specific groups, and also the landscape.
All right, Mr. Whitley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a few upcoming items for the board. Just remind the board, and we've included this in your weekly communication. The Ferrum Folklife Festival will be back again this year with us, one of the larger festivals in certainly Virginia's Blue Ridge region. And if members of the board are interested in attending, it's this Saturday. It begins at 10 o'clock. And so I will say Dr. Johns has invited the Board of Supervisors, the side patio of the Stratton House there, the President's home at 10 o'clock, some coffee and refreshments. I do have parking passes and so forth, so if any board members are interested in attending, just see me or Madeline. We'll get this out to the board this Saturday. Look for a great event. We know that we have visitors and travelers for many, many states for Folklife Festival every year. Also, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, in terms of upcoming events, Mr. Chairman, I think you as well as Supervisor Smith and myself will be attending the Virginia Association of Counties annual meeting coming up on November 14th, 15th, and 16th. The 16th, the board has a meeting, and so, Mr. Chairman, we will likely be traveling back on the 15th, so we can be back here for the meeting on the 16th. Look forward to that. That being said, we are required to adopt voting credentials in terms of the voting delegates and the supervisors that may be attending that meeting, and we just have to fill this out and send this back to VACO. And Mr. Chairman, if I may, I would assume then yourself as chairman, but then also Supervisor Smith also attending that, but we will need the board to make a motion to designate you and Ms. Smith as voting delegates for the VACO annual meeting.
Can we help, Tim?
Mr. Chairman, I'd make that a motion that you and Ms. Smith be voting delegates to representing this board at the VACO conference.
Get a second. Second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Yeah.
Any opposed, same sign.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will work with Madeline. We'll get that filled out. We'll get that back to VACO. In terms of other upcoming events, this board, of course, has agreed to enter into our strategic planning sessions on November 30th and December 1st. Those are 2 full-day sessions. We are hoping to have those at a location, hopefully at a location at Summit View, at perhaps the Valley Star Credit Union, their new conference room there. We're working at that, looking at beautiful conference room there to have that. Our facilitator, of course, works with city councils, town councils, and board of supervisors all over Virginia specifically, and she's really good at what she does. Tyler St. Clair, many of you may have remembered her. She did some work with us, but it's been many, many years ago. So we're really excited about that. And part of Tyler's process leading up to November 30th and December 1st, she wants to get to know each of you individually. And so she wants to spend about an hour, maybe an hour and a half of her time coming up with you individually to get to know you. And so we're looking at November the 18th and 19th. That's Thursday and Friday of November, where she will come down here to Rocky Mount. And we'll schedule some time. We'll work with Madeline to make sure we each schedule your time with Tyler. But it's very beneficial, and she certainly is part of her process, and I think you'll really enjoy getting to know Tyler and looking ahead to the strategic plan for the board. So if you could look at your calendars 18th and 19th and just put that down, and then we can follow back up with you at what time of the days that may work best for each of you.
That was November, Chris?
November, yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Mitchell.
Chris, can you send that to us in the email as a reminder?
We'll send an email, yes, sir. November 18th and 19th, and Madeline will work to get that out.
Strategic planning is the 30th and the 1st.
Yes.
Yes. So the 18th and 19th, it'll just be an hour on one of those days. It won't be both days. But the 30th and the 1st are 2 full days. Yes, sir. Also, and it's hard to believe we're talking about this, members of the board, but upcoming, the season is upon us, the Christmas season. And so the Christmas parade is upon us, and the parade date is set for Sunday, December the 5th at 3 o'clock. The parade theme is rocking around the Christmas tree, rocking around the Crooked Road here in Rocky Mount, I guess. And so I assume that this board would like to register. We typically register a float or a tractor or one of the above to participate in the Christmas parade. And Mr. Chairman, if it's a consensus of the board, we'll certainly sign this up for the board to participate in the parade.
How y'all feel?
Absolutely.
Bah humbug, Scrooge.
I want to drive a fire truck.
Huh? You ride horses? I think it's consensus to go with it.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board.
The attorney has to ride though. He's got to be Santa Claus.
I just want to tell you, I was at the last parade in the city of Salem that allowed horses, and when the guy came off of it and laid out straight in the road in front of me, that was the end of people riding horses.
Oh.
The good news was he was so drunk he couldn't feel it.
I bet I know his name.
Okie dokie.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, just some housekeeping things, and of course, this is very preliminary. Mr. Carter and I really haven't had a chance, so we were trying to get all of this completed this afternoon before the start of today's board meeting. And I will pass this out to you in terms of a draft budget calendar. But let me emphasize this. This is a very preliminary draft budget calendar. As the board has adopted to go to twice-a-year real estate tax collections, I've noted before, and when the board voted to do that, and of course now, that will require us to have an accelerated budget season, if you will. Not a decreased budget season, but an accelerated budget season in terms of meeting with county departments, presentations, capital improvement plans, the whole gamut. And so we are charting out some dates for the board. This is very preliminary. I will hand this out to you in a communication. But as soon as the November 16th meeting, we will likely have an overview for you for the capital improvement plan budget. That will be a high-level overview. We will get into more details with the departments when the departments do their presentations on capital. But we will look to do that in a work session with the board along with redistricting on November the 16th. That's Tuesday. November the 15th, of course, is the VACO. So on the 16th, that's your regular meeting in the afternoons. And fortunately, we understand both in the evening in November and then also December, we have light evening agendas as we understand in terms of rezoning hearings, et cetera. So that's good news that there's some capacity there. And then, as I said, on the 18th and 19th, our facilitator will be with us, as well as the 30th and the 1st of December. Rolling forward to the December 20th potential work session, that's a Monday, looking to really start getting into our respective departments to review their budgets. We know we've talked some this summer about the need for a public safety work session. December 20th may lend itself well to do so, also reviewing public safety budget, but also in the greater context of public safety on the 20th potentially. The 21st, again, that's on the Tuesday. I know our Sheriff's Department has also requested to have a session with the board. Just like the other departments, we will work the Sheriff's Department and the other constitutional departments into the schedule. So potentially that may be in December as well. Your organizational meeting coming up is January the 3rd. I don't want to overwhelm you all. I'll slow down here in a minute. There will be some time on that day, since the board will be here, potentially to hear from some departments. Again, we will make sure we have all the departments present to the board And then also, let me say, the superintendent of public schools, Dr. Bernice Combs, and I, we've had some conversations regarding the potential, perhaps, for the school board, as well as the Board of Supervisors, at some point, potentially to have a joint meeting. We know that some school board members are retiring off of the school board, so we know we will have at least one new school board member, if not others, as well as this board getting seated. And so it's an opportunity, perhaps, if the board has some interest, and certainly I could communicate back with Dr. Cobbs. And we think, shortly after the first of the year may be a good opportunity for both boards to potentially have a joint meeting, maybe discuss some of their budget pressures going forward too as part of the process. And then we get into January and February, where we would likely do the balance of January and February, the balance of our constitutional officers, the balance of our county departments presenting to you. The county's compensation study that is underway with our consultants, we are looking for them to wrap that up in February, and they will actually be before you to present their presentation and their findings. That's a big component of our budget deliberations and discussions. We will have that as a session, as well as our health care insurance every year. And then all leading up, a lot of that heavy lifting with work with all the departments in December, and well, really beginning in November with capital, and also in December and January and February, leading up to a potential county budget presentation this year, tentatively for March the 8th. And the reason for that, again, is our twice-year tax collections. Our commissioner and our treasurer, in terms of real estate collections, will need to get the real estate bills out in early to mid-April for the June 5th collection. And so we would potentially be looking at a public hearing on the budget on March the 29th, with potential budget adoption on the budget as well as tax rates on April 5th, where the real estate bills will go shortly thereafter. That's a lot of information before you. We will work on this draft calendar. We appreciate your feedback. Many of you have given us some feedback in the budget process. And we look forward to getting this underway. It's going to be a lot of work. We know we have a lot before us, as Mr. Carter, Brian Carter has already noted. And it's going to be a lot of work for our staff, but we look forward to working with the board as we dive in. And I think it'd be very timely following our strategic planning session as well in terms of our board priorities with the budget this year. So if there are any questions there, we'll get this budget calendar out. It's preliminary draft with some target dates out to you, and then start lining our constitutional offices as well as our county departments up for these work sessions. And Mr. Carter, Mr. Brian Carter, I don't know if you have any other things to say other than get out the ink pens and get ready, right? Yeah. And Mr. Chairman, I'm sure I've probably lost a few other things. I do think the board has had some communication, correspondence and so forth that I think our clerk has distributed to each of you, whether that's under other matters and so forth later in today or this evening's meeting, and we can discuss those, and I can entertain any questions or comments that the board may have at this point.
Anything from Mr. Whitlow in regards to his comments? All right, we'll get ready to go back into closed session. Mr. Tatum, you've been busy today.
All right. Mr. Chairman, the Franklin County Board of Supervisors will motion to enter into a closed meeting in accordance to 2.2-3711A1, personnel discussion of appointments to county boards, commissions, etc. A3, discussion of the acquisition of real property or the disposition of real property. A5, the discussion concerning a prospective business or industry or expansion of an existing business or industry. And A7, consultation with legal counsel. And A29, discussion of the terms of a public contract of the Code of Virginia as amended.
Need a second?
Second.
Madam Clerk, do a roll call, please.
Yes, sir. Supervisor Leland Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Ronnie Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor King?
Yes.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Chairman Thompson?
Yes. Back in, what?
B75.
Meeting to order. Vice Chair Taylor.
All right, Mr. Chairman, I would like to certify that only public business matters lawfully exempted from the open meeting requirements under the Virginia Freedom of Information Act were heard, discussed, or considered in the closed session to which this certification applies, and only such business matters as were identified in the motion by which this closed session was convened were heard, discussed, or considered in the meeting to which this certification applies.
All right, I need a second on that, please.
I will.
Madam Clerk, we do a roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Ronnie Mitchell.
Yes.
Supervisor Smith.
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum.
Yes.
Supervisor
Yeah.
Carter.
Yes.
Supervisor Mitchell.
Yes.
And it keep you from bringing something.
Yes.
It's all right.
Okay, do we have any appointments or
Dynamite and go with it.
board actions that we need to take right now? Pretty good. We had a couple of appointments that were made, but we've got to do some checking on that. I don't recall any specific in the meeting. Madam Clerk, do you? All right. All right, we'll go into our, we'll recess now for our previously public hearings as advised. Announcement of a public hearing to consider an easement on county property. Major Sigmund, it's all yours, buddy.
Chairman, members of the board, good afternoon. As you guys know, we've been working to made a land purchase at the county range to, our end goal has been to get power to our shooting range. I'd like to thank the you members of allowing us to make that land purchase and moving along to establish electricity at our shooting range. We come before you today requesting to approve an electric utility easement from AEP, and we just need that approval tonight.
All right, do we have any questions to Major Sigmund on that? Anything? All right, seeing no questions, I'll open it to, thank you, sir. All right, I'll open it to our public hearing. Madam Clerk, do we have anybody signed up?
I do not have anybody signed up.
Anyone here wish to speak to the easement for the property into the firing range at the sheriff's office through? All right, no one here. We'll close the public hearing, go back into closed session. And I'll ask for any board discussion. Any discussion? Anybody got anything to say? All right, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to make a motion that we approve the purchase of this easement for the Sheriff's Department.
Second.
I need a second.
Second.
Madam Clerk, we do a roll call on that, please.
Yes, sir. Supervisor Smith.
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum.
Yes.
Supervisor Carter. Supervisor Mitchell.
Yes.
Supervisor Ronnie Mitchell.
Yes.
Chairman Thompson.
Yes. All right, we're going to have a public hearing now on an amendment to the adopted budget. Mr. Carter, Brian Carter, with the Director of Finance and Human Services to present.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So what we have that's coming your way is an overview of the line items, what to be appropriated, certainly for board consideration and discussion, not a done deal. It's a guide at this point from previous discussions and information from staff. So there are two items that we're looking to amend the budget for. As a reminder, any time we expend or we need to appropriate more than 1% of the county's budget by state code, we have to hold a public hearing to do so. So that the main reason for the public hearing is the funds from the American Rescue Plan Act, or ARPA. That comes to $10,885,502. In addition, we have year-end surplus and rollover requests totaling $3 million for the board's consideration for appropriation. So the total appropriation is the sum of those two numbers that staff is requesting through the public hearing, is the $13,885,502. So with that, be happy to answer any questions or discussion. We can walk through this now or after public comment, Mr. Chairman, whatever the board's pleasure.
Let's go ahead and do it now before public comment, so it's clear in everyone's mind what's going on, please.
Yes, sir. So for the ARPA funds, we have two main particular items. One is for broadband infrastructure at $7,700,000. And the second item is water and sewer infrastructure for $3,185,502. That totals the sum total amount of the ARPA funds. So what we would do is we would appropriate that money. The money is not dedicated until the board actually approves contracts to spend the money, whether that's broadband, sewer, or decides on another purpose and use at a future date. All this does is really appropriate the money to accept it and put it on the county's ledger. So if there are any questions or discussion on that, I'll move on to the rollover and surplus.
Any questions, comment?
Okay. All right, so on the surplus, there are several items for departments and requests. So I won't go through each one of them, but as far as the process, every year, if we have a year-end surplus, we send requests out to our departments, asking them for any needs that they have that wasn't able to be funded through the regular budget. Anything that could be used for that surplus, administration and finance staff review those requests, and we prioritize them. We did ask the staff, the department heads, to rank those requests based on their priority of preference as far as their need. Took that into consideration when the recommendation was derived. So of that, there are a couple of large ticket items. I'll highlight those, and then there are some other smaller items. A couple of the highest priorities is $300,000 for a leachate tank replacement. That is critical. $100,000 for our canneries. That's $50,000 each for Callaway Glade Hill. $200,000 for cybersecurity. We're looking at $300,000 for radio system improvements. And then there is $150,000 set aside for the reassessment, planning for reassessment that we have to do every 4 years. That is coming up. And that is related to the pictometry for that our Commissioner of Revenue uses. It's not paying for the reassessor. We have a separate pot of money for that we contract. There are several other detailed items on a sheet. Be happy to go through all of them, but the sum total is $1,801,067 for the board's consideration. After that, we have consideration of bonuses, one-time bonuses through year-end savings. Some of this is driven by the compensation board. We are receiving about $213,000 from the compensation board for the sheriff's office. That's for a $3,000 bonus plus the associated taxes in FICA for sworn deputies. So the sheriff's request is for an additional $2,000 to come to a $5,000 bonus for the compensation funded, in addition to the non-compensation board funded positions. So if you look below on this this detail, to accomplish that and include 911, and that was a board request previously, can be broken out if you'd like to see it. The net cost to the county after that compensation board reimbursement is $304,000. It was discussed to also do that for public safety, so as they face similar risk. So if we do a $5,000 bonus for full-time public safety, fire, EMS, and animal control, these do not include administrative staff in these proposals. These are particularly sworn or those on the front line, per se. That would be about $280,000. If we considered a one-time bonus for all full-time county employees, which is the remainder after sheriff's office and public safety included above, at $1,000 per employee, that comes to about $266,000. And then estimating part-time, and we consider part-time, we're talking about regular part-time, not occasional, not seasonal part-time staff. A one-time bonus of $250, that comes to about $50,000. So that total is $900,000. If you look up above, you see employee retention bonuses. You'll see that $900,000 just under your $1.8 million. So the remainder comes to about $298,933 to reach the full $3 million and anticipate a year in surplus. At this time, we have that designated for capital reserve. The rest is up to board discussion. So, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, that's a higher level review of what we have right now, and certainly be happy to take comments, feedback, or open for public hearing.
Does anybody have any questions for Brian? Go ahead.
I have a couple of questions. There's one group that I'd like to chime in on. I just want to ask you a couple of questions.
Okay.
We have about the last time we did bonuses for our volunteer fire and EMS people in the county, we did 500. I see you've got 250 for part-time staff. Got some information from Director Ferguson on active volunteers based off of what we did last time. There was 291 volunteers that received the 500. If we were to say 300, because according to the active roster, it's a little north of 300, but call it 300 volunteers, consider a $250 bonus for the volunteers, that would be $75,000. I'd like to, since there's still $300,000 left over, I'd like to consider a $250 bonus for a volunteer fire and EMS, with the stipulation that since January 1, they have ran 10% of their agency's calls.
Okay.
I think this is only fair to the volunteers that are very active in running, that somebody that has only ran one call since January 1, I think 10% is a fair number to say since January 1, and that total cost would be $75,000.
We'll want to add FICA to that. It would be taxed. So that comes to just under 81, so we could just round that up to 81,000.
Okay.
Anyone else? Mr.
I have
Carter?
a couple questions. Mr. Carter, under the Commissioner Revenue, that pictometry, they requested 300,000, we gave them 150. Can you break that down for me?
If I understand correctly, the 300,000 is for how many years? 6 years. So we're funding half of it. We felt like that's 3 years. That's probably enough for a one-time. We didn't fund the full 6.
Okay.
And that would be enough to get us through the next reassessment, was the assumption there.
Okay. My other comment is for the board. Under social services, they had a carryover of $276,228. Looks like we're giving them 50,000. I understand they need about 75, so if we can, I would like to add an additional 25,000 to that to make it 75,000 to cover some issues they have in that department. And the third thing I have a comment on, under tourism, and it's on the on page 8. At the very bottom, they had requested $80,000 for wayfinding signs throughout the county. Product development's one of the top things they were trying to bring up and to capture tourism. I think we should look at that. I'm not saying give them 80,000, but I think we should put a little bit of money towards that. I think that's important. We're trying to develop a business park. We're trying to grow tourism. And I think wayfinding signs are very important. And that's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
I've got one question here on the canneries, the 100,000. Today we voted to seek a grant. We're going to wait to see if we get that grant before this is actually spent, or we're going to wait. You just want to have this on hand in case the grant doesn't come through.
I think at this point, what we would do is appropriate the money so it is available. Should the grant actually be awarded, then it would be a determination of if there are other items in those canneries that we could then replace or improve. Otherwise, it would have to come back to the board for reappropriation.
Okay, so we need to, each one of these items that was brought up, do you want it done separately or all inclusive?
I think to me, the motion is just as presented. So if we could do the rollover list, we can modify it per some board comments, can kind of get you a final number, but as presented with the board's modifications. I think just one motion. I don't know that we need to do it individually in those line items.
We
I
can
think
do
it
it
is
as a
good
lump
to do
sum.
two separate votes, one for ARPA, just for the record, and then one for the rollover.
All right, and then yesterday, in our work session, we talked about doing a prorated payback provision.
Yes, sir.
We need to talk about that.
Okay.
And do that. So for the board, we need to understand how we want to do that.
Mhm.
Whatever we come up with that, would you want that in the one-time vote, or, and you, the staff, deal with it? Or do you want that as a separate vote as well?
I think that could be a modification to the vote for the one-time
Modification as
bonuses. Mhm.
All right?
I don't know, it depends on the board and maybe legal counsel's opinion how we handle that. But I think that could be just a modification or stipulation in the vote.
Okay. Does any of that raise up any questions to any of the board members? Anything in regards for that? All right, so if we don't have any more, you got some?
I just had a question, not relative to that, but the previous discussion about this.
Okay, go ahead.
You want me to go ahead? With regard to the wayfinding signs, Mr. Carter, I too support that. I do think that we could pull down some grant money through VTC or VDEP. I think there are grant monies available for that. So I don't know if we want to front-end fund that or whether, we would want to see what we could do grant-wise. I don't know, but I just throw that out there.
I would agree with it. We could tweak that up later, but I think that's an important thing.
Yeah, of course.
And we can maybe come up with some dollars after this.
And, Mr. Chairman, the only other thing that I had, I would advocate for any balance of that 298 to in fact go to the capital reserve, because we depleted that for the Glade Hill Fire Station. And I'd like to get that built back up.
Any more questions to Brian? Thank you, sir. We'll call you back in a minute.
I'm gonna be running some new numbers.
All right, we'll close that and go into the public hearing. Madam Clerk, you got anybody signed up? Is there anybody here who wishes to speak towards the public hearing on the changing of the budget? No one here wishing to speak. We'll go back into closed session. All right, he said we can do this as one. Let's take them individually then, as I have them written down here. The canneries, just want to leave that alone, and if we get the budget, if we get the grant, I'll say it in a minute. If we get the grant, then we can maybe fix up other things that's needed.
I have a question. If we get the grant, would we be able to just put that back into the capital reserve?
Sometimes, I don't know, Beth's not here. Mike, do you know, sometimes those grants have to be spent precisely for what they're for. Do you know how this one is? Can we use it, or does it have to be specifically for the boilers?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. For this grant, you would be needing to spend it on the canneries themselves, but that you would be able to come back with the local money and reappropriate that somewhere else if need be. One of the good things about leaving the 100,000 in there is in case that the boilers come back at a more expensive cost than what we're estimating right now, you would have some cushion. So you might want to be able to have that flexibility.
Okay, so we need to leave that just like it is then. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The next one was the economic development and tourism with the signs. We want to seek those grants. Want to leave that alone, or do you want to go ahead and add, or you want to wait and see?
We can wait and see.
I'm happy to leave it in from my perspective, Mr. Carter.
We can wait and see.
We can leave the 210,000, leave it alone as it's presented, and then we can wait and see on the other. Okay?
Yep.
All right. And then the social services. It was requested that that go from 50 to 75. And that's within you said was in the, Ryan, the purview of the carryover funds that they had left over?
They did, so, one thing that we went with 75 is, certainly board's discretion. Typically, we pay about 15 to 20% of the local match, so that 276,000 includes the state money. So 50 is right around 15%, which would be our local match there, so, but again, 75 is certainly the board's place.
So we're gonna raise that one up to 75? And then the prorated payback provision for market retention bonuses as discussed with the county attorney and with an employee agreement. It was my understanding, Chris, why don't you take this one? It's my understanding that there's not much we can do with the $3,000 comp board money, but the other, we were talking about a payback provision that if they left early, what was the county we're talking about, and run us through that, please.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The thought about if it's the board's desire to look at one-time bonuses, market retention bonuses, primarily with the purpose of for market retention, retaining our law enforcement, fire, EMS, et cetera. Part of that, of course, is the emphasis on the word retention. Meaning, if a one-time bonus is levied to one of those employees, certainly we want to retain them. And if a bonus, as an example, is offered, and then 2 or 3 months later, that employee chooses another employer for whatever reason, that's not necessarily the spirit or the intent of a retention bonus. And so the thought in discussion with the county attorney earlier today is looking at a prorated share, if you will, agreement, an employee agreement voluntarily, that if the employee voluntarily accepts the bonus payment for retention, that they would agree, certainly, that they're going to continue their year of service. And in the event they had to depart from the county, it could be prorated back, if you will, or collected and agreed upon from that employee to remit those dollars to the county. And I may have butchered that, Mr. County Attorney, but Mr. Chairman, that's the intent. And I think it's been done several different ways, and I think the county attorney is familiar with that. And so, I'm putting you on the spot, but
No, the regional jail does the same sort of thing with training costs. Lots of sheriff's departments, police departments are doing that now with academy costs. People don't stay a certain period of time, they got to pay it back because they'll use the training and certification they get to go and go to a higher paying job. So yeah, you just have to tell me the details of how long you want people to stay for the 2,000, and we can draft up a document and get it taken care of.
And, okay, with that being done, I think we could probably, if it's the board's decision to do that, leave the particulars of that up to staff to work out on their own with the county attorney. That would be best suited for all parties involved with that. All right, now have,
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure that staff should have the onus of deciding how long people need to stay to earn their bonus. We'd appreciate it if we get a little more guidance from the board. Are we talking about a year? Are we talking about 9 months? What are we talking about?
I think we should go at least 12 months out of that.
A year.
I see a lot of people shaking their head.
Okay.
At least 12 months out of that.
I think 12 months would be a good time frame with the pay study coming up. That would entice the ones that might be thinking about leaving to at least stay and hear our discussions on the pay study. So I think 12 months would be, because if we're thinking about leaving and we're going to be talking about pay study and what we're going to do, that will maybe keep them here long enough to see, hey, I might be getting a raise. So I think a year would be a good time. Good time frame.
We can do the 12 months then on the pay study. So that would give you the particulars on that part of it, so with the other. And so with that, as far as the additional appropriations for money, we can't do that with this. We'll have to ask staff to take that under consideration and come back with the proposal at our next meeting on that. because we've got to, my understanding, stay within the purview here on that. It can be done, but it needs to be worked out how it needs to be done, correct?
Are you talking about for the volunteers?
The next meeting.
Or what?
Mr. Mitchell, if I understood a while ago, made a proposal to give some extra money that's not on this to volunteer firefighters,
Right, yes, sir.
with the particulars needing to be worked out. We've got to give staff ample time to work that out.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
As far as what the public hearing about, that amount of money is already set forth. There's just $300,000 left. So my question to staff would be, why couldn't we go ahead and do it tonight?
I would say the total amount to be appropriated is not changing. What lies within that appropriation is the board's discretion. I would think that could be voted on tonight with those stipulations. So yeah, we advertise for an amount. So if we want to go above that amount, you're exactly right, Mr. Chairman. But we're staying within that amount. What we're saying is if we allocate to the, at least my understanding, if we allocate to the volunteers, we just reduce that capital reserve amount, which is essentially our balancing fund at this point. But as long as we stay within what we advertise, we're okay.
Thank you, Brian.
But with that money, is it not changing what you're asking for?
It's not changing the total appropriation that was advertised. We can modify within these line items, certainly board's discretion like we did with social services and the
Okay.
discussion on the wayfinding.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Just want to make sure we're doing it. Okay.
Sir.
All right, and then in the motion, when we make our motion, we need to make sure that the balance, as was requested, if that's what everybody wants to do in our talk here, and our question, that the balance is put in the capital reserve.
What is that amount, Brian?
So, let me go through. So, with the year-end surplus, making the adjustment for, to $75,000 for social services, and then adding a $250 bonus for the volunteers who have answered at least 10% of their calls, their station's calls since January 1st, if I remember that was the stipulation. That is the $81,000 added to it. So that brings the bonuses to $981,000. And then that leaves a capital reserve balance of $192,933. $192,933. And that gets us to the full $3 million that we started with our carryover requests.
What was that number again?
192,933 is the capital reserve remaining.
And I'd like to see, we talked about this yesterday in there as well. I certainly would like to see us not do any more. I think it would be prudent if we didn't do any more bonuses or anything else until after we sat down and had a play study and got all this back and talked about everything and worked out all the particulars prior to just up and saying something else. How do y'all feel about that? I don't think we really need to make a vote on that. I think that can be done as a consensus amongst us, but nothing else until after we get that study and see what's going on that. All right, anything else?
Are you ready for a motion?
Huh? Make sure everybody's
Oh,
got
I'm sorry.
everything off of their chest. Anybody else? Everything? Mr. Mitchell? Everything? All right, entertain a motion.
Okay, I would offer, and Brian, help me if this is not adequate. I would offer a motion to amend the county's 21-22 budget to reflect ARPA funds in the amount of $10,885,000, $10,885,502, and then a fiscal 2021 rollover of $3 million for a total budget amendment of $13,885,000. 502, that whole number, 13-885-502. And with the allocation of carryover to be reflected as the line items that were presented and agreed upon by the board. Does that capture it?
I think that gets, considering board modifications, I think that captures it if there's consensus on the additional 25,000 to social services, the 81,000 for the volunteers. I would like to clarify that the stipulation is in there that for volunteers to receive a bonus, they had to run at least 10% of the calls for their station since January 1st, 2021. And for employees to receive the bonus outside of compensation board, they have to enter and sign into a 12-month agreement where they would agree to pay back the county on a prorated basis should they leave county service within that 12-month period.
Okay, there's my motion.
Got that?
Second.
I second that motion.
All right, I need a second.
You got it. Second.
Got a second? All right, Madam Clerk, read that back, please.
Come on now, Madeline, come on now.
Would you like me to try to read that back?
Madam Clerk, will you please try to read that back?
Yes. So on the motion made by Supervisor Smith, and seconded by Supervisor Ronald Mitchell, with the sheet laid in front of you, it was for what was presented, and as Brian mentioned, with the additional $25,000 to social services, taking that total up to $75,000, and the additional $81,000 in bonuses for volunteer fire and rescue, with the caveat that the volunteer ran at least 10% of their agency's calls since January 1st. And then you did include the caveat for the 12-month for the bonuses payback if an employee was not retained and stayed in the county for the 12 months after receiving the bonus. Additionally, the remaining $192,933 be transferred into the capital reserve account.
All right. Madam Clerk, we do a roll call vote, please?
Yes, sir. Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum?
Yes.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Leland Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Ronnie Mitchell?
Yes.
Chairman Thompson?
Yes. Thank you. Make sure we got everything done there. Now, we had an item in our closed session in reference to the acquisition of property. We'll entertain a motion from that from Supervisor Smith.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The county placed an option on the Modicraft building with Champion Homes earlier this year. And the board has had extended discussion on performing continued due diligence on the potential acquisition of this property. So with that in mind, I would make a motion to authorize the county administrator and county attorney to take appropriate action to extend the county's purchase option on the former Modicraft building with Champion Homes for up to an additional 90 days at a cost of up to $15,000 in accordance with the option agreement dated April 20th, 2021.
I need a second.
Second.
Madam Clerk, will you read that back, please?
Sure. Supervisor Smith made a motion to extend the county's current purchase option that we have with Champion Homes for the old Modicraft building for up to an additional 90 days for a cost of up to $15,000, which would be exercising the purchase option agreement extension.
Thank you, ma'am. Will you do a roll call vote?
Yes, and I missed the second.
Tim?
Supervisor Tatum. Supervisor Tatum.
Yes.
Supervisor Carter.
Yes.
Supervisor Leland Mitchell.
Yes.
Supervisor Ronnie Mitchell.
Yes.
Supervisor Smith.
Yes.
Chairman Thompson.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, and then this afternoon, when we had our consent agenda, we tabled 1 and 4. Number 4 was taken care of. Number 1 was tabled. Supervisor Leland Mitchell, floor is yours, sir.
Okay.
Item number one, the development system for Western Virginia Water Authority. Are we in a position to make a motion?
Sir?
Are we in a position to make a motion?
Yes, sir, we are.
Okay. This is under attachment number one, and I'll read the motion. That we approve the utility system development with Western Virginia Water Authority.
All right, I need a second.
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, the same sign. There's no opposition there. Madam Clerk, have I covered everything?
Yes, sir.
Board members, have I covered everything up to the public hearing? I think so. All right, we'll entertain. I'll go into, where's my paper? Here it is.
Mr. Chairman, if we might go back just a minute to the board members, we have a letter that's been distributed to the board members from the Snow Creek.
Yes, sir, we'll take that up. We'll take that up, please, under other matters by supervisors.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the time that's set aside in our meeting for public comment. Public comment gives citizens an opportunity to address the board in person or in writing on matters appropriate to the responsibilities of the board. Speakers must direct all comments to the board as a whole and not to individual board members or employees of the board or county. Personal attacks and insulting, profane, or vulgar language will not be tolerated. Likewise, commentary on issues that are not within the purview of the board and that are not a function of local government and over which we have no control or not accepted. Public comment is not a question and answer session, and board members will not answer questions during public comment. If a speaker violates these rules, we'll ask you to come back into order, out instead of out of order. And a second violation, we will have to ask the deputies to remove you from the building. Madam Clerk, you got people signed up?
Yes, sir. Mr. Salvatore Manantra.
Please come forward, state your name and address, please. Thank you, sir, for your service.
You're welcome.
See your hat.
Good evening to the Board of Supervisors and our citizens of Franklin County. My name is Salvatore Manastra. I am a combat Vietnam veteran. A few weeks ago, I came in front of this board asking for a resolution to be passed for the POWMIA flag to fly under all Franklin County, underneath the American flag, to honor the veterans who gave their lives to make this country free. I guess my resolution went on deaf ears. You sit there representing Franklin County, its citizens, to do their will. I'm sure that the county, along with the state, lost sons and daughters that you elected, that you official elected to send to wars. Yet you are afraid to stand and defend this country. This country became great because of its Constitution, a supreme law of the nation, which every elected official took an oath to uphold. I'm asking the board to vote on this resolution that I have presented. Just tell me all these veterans that suffer the tortures of pain and death meant nothing to the families of Franklin County. I ask that all elected politicians stop manipulating the Constitution and follow it. Veterans are not organizations. They are the life and blood of this free nation. Former President Trump signed a POWMIA Flag Act into law which is PL 116-67, for the POW/MIA flag to be flown on all federal sites. A man that was in charge of this nation and its citizens, he stood up saying, make American great. Well, as the Board of Supervisors, I'd like for you to start by making Franklin County great. Show its citizens that their sons and daughters did not die in vain. I would like to have a vote on this resolution because I haven't heard anything from the Board of Supervisors telling me anything. And it looks like nobody's listening to me. That's about it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Walter Drew?
Good evening, Board of Supervisors. My name is Walter Drew. I'm 210 Mountain Avenue here in Rocky Mount, Virginia. Tonight I am speaking on behalf of the Patriotic Network of Franklin County and the Unorganized Militia of Franklin County. My subject matter is the Sheriff's Citizen Academy. On Tuesday, August the 5th this year, 13 citizens of Franklin County met with Sheriff Overton, the Sheriff's Department command staff, and Sergeant King in our first class for the Citizens Academy. Of that 13, 11 were affiliated with either the Unorganized Militia or the Patriotic Network of Franklin County. That night we were introduced to the command staff, learned about the county budget for the Sheriff's Office. In the following weeks we met with many members of the department and learned about the areas that they are involved in, starting with the Bicycle Patrol and Project Lifesaver. We watched as Deputy Davis use their antenna to track the bracelets that they use with Project Lifesaver. Then retired Major Klingenpill came and gave us a rundown on how their department works with Piedmont Services for crisis intervention training. Next week we heard from Tony Mills about the Neighborhood Watch Program and crime prevention. This was followed by an investigator, Kern, with information about forensic technology investigation and the role of social media in law enforcement. That was a very interesting evening. On week 4, we heard from Deputy Hancock, the Department of Domestic Violence Advocate. And I want to say here that that young woman is a treasure. I do not see how she does what she does day in and day out. Following this, Sergeant King explained the rules of governing the use of force and de-escalation. The next 2 weeks found us out at the sheriff's shooting range, and yes, they do need electricity out there, and doing scenarios that the officers have actually faced in the last few years. And then we spent time with the jail, learning about the corrections with Officer Pig. Over the last 4 weeks, we got to meet Judge Tim Allen, Magistrate Carolyn Jones, and Commonwealth Attorney A.J. Dudley. They each explained what they do and how what they do interacts with the Sheriff's Department. Then Lieutenant Nolan explained the investigative team, evidence collection, and forensic evidence collection. Then we had one of the county's celebrities, Canine Corps came, and we got to meet the Franklin County Bloodhound, Jethro, who tracked Sergeant King around the parking lot, which was an interesting evening. We also got to meet the
Thank you, sir.
Not all I wanted to say, but thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Mr. Jerry Connor?
Good evening.
My name is Jerry Connor. I live at 400 Winfield Lane in Wirtz. When you see that in order to produce, you need to obtain permission from men who produce nothing, when you see that money is flowing to those who deal not in goods, but in favors, when you see that men get richer by graft and favors than by pull and work, you know, and your laws don't protect you against them, but protect them against you. When you see corruption being rewarded and honesty becoming a self-sacrifice, you may know that your society is doomed. This was written by Ayn Rand in the book Atlas Shrugged, published in 1957. Every record has been destroyed or falsified, every book rewritten, every picture repainted, every statue, street, and building renamed, every date altered, and the process continues day by day. Nothing exists except the endless present in which the party is always right. This was written by George Orwell in his book 1984, published in 1949. As you can see, these statements were both more than 60 years old. They are almost prophetic about the state of our nation today. For businesses to operate, there are permits, requirements, inspections, and the list continues just to open. None of these are free. They all cost thousands or more. There are well-documented favors that are conveyed from those in power to their friends or those that have deep pockets. On a national level and even at the state level, there are documented examples of corruption that go unpunished. Today, the cancel culture is hard at work, taking down statues, paintings, renaming buildings such as schools at a rate that will make your head spin. Additionally, there are battles across this nation regarding critical race theory without factual basis, trying to rewrite history. Our history isn't always pretty and it isn't always correct, but we must remember and teach our history in our schools so that we will not make the same mistakes again, and educate our offspring to the mistakes that the forefathers made. Since the only proper function of government is to protect man's rights, it cannot claim title to his life in exchange for that protection. We are fast approaching the stage where government is free to do anything it pleases, while the citizens may only act with permission. Fortunately, the Founding Fathers in their wisdom foresaw. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Miss Glenna Moore.
Good evening. My name is Glenna Hawkins Moore. I live in Franklin County. When our son Sean brought his new Minnesota-born wife, Michelle, home for the first time, she was curious about the ancestral military pictures on our walls. There was a framed picture of Sean's World War I great-grandfather, Sam Young, in uniform, and his 1919 discharge document. There was a framed picture of his World War II grandfather, Samuel Hawkins, in uniform, and his discharge document. And there was a framed picture of Sean's Vietnam-era father, Larry, in uniform, and his discharge paper. Michelle observed that of the three, Larry was the only one not in a racially segregated army. They both asked me if my grandfather or father ever talked about serving in a segregated system. I told them my grandfather died when I was a child, and I had only one major conversation with my father about his military experience. That conversation was during our last family vacation. It was 1976, and I had just earned a graduate degree in urban affairs, and my brother was about to graduate with a degree in engineering. To celebrate our accomplishments, my mother organized a road trip to 2 cities, Atlanta and New Orleans. The 4 of us piled in the car like the 1960 trip cross-country to California. This time, 16 years later, comfort was challenging in my 1974 Mustang for my 6'4" brother Kevin. We didn't expect to need a Negro's travel book, but anxiety about police stops was still relatively high. First, we enjoyed Atlanta's underground. Leaving Atlanta and heading to New Orleans was the first we heard about my father being assigned to an Army post in New Orleans in the 1940s. The closer we got to New Orleans, the more information we were able to pull from my father. My curiosity about how he handled being in a racially segregated black unit with white officers led me to ask him, was it degrading, and how did you tolerate such racism? I'll never forget his response. Slowly and methodically, he said, well, I was a clerk. I had access to personnel files, so I knew the white officers' IQ scores compared to mine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Brian Wood.
Thank you.
Thanks, sweetie.
Mr. Chairman, Supervisors, good evening. My name is Brian Wood, 310 Bailey Boulevard, Hardy. I'm the chairman of the Franklin County Militia. Thank you for the opportunity to address this board. In the wake of the board's refusal to vote upon our first draft resolution and subsequent discussions with the chairman and other supervisors, we have prepared a second draft resolution. It is a much simpler resolution. The new resolution asks this board to make a statement that affirms the natural and constitutional rights to volunteer for militia service, as defined by the Second Amendment, the Virginia Constitution, and subsequent state statutes. We are neither asking you to recognize or muster a militia. We are not asking for funding. We are not asking the board to violate the so-called Dillon Rule. The resolution does not create an ordinance or policy that stands in conflict with Virginia statutes. The resolution merely states that the collective and individual rights to volunteer for militia service in the 3 defined categories of militias are still rights that are in common use in this county. It also states that the citizens of this county have the right to exercise their First and Second Amendment rights freely, without infringement. We're not asking the board to create anything that doesn't already exist. We're asking the board to affirm these rights are still in common use in this county. On September 23rd, I had the opportunity to meet with Sheriff Overton to discuss the changes to the militia during the past year. I shared with him our objectives and our purpose. I expressed to him that we are an open organization that seeks to conduct training and activities that promote volunteerism and public service. I explained the purpose of the draft resolution and the legal basis for a Second Amendment argument based upon the collective right of volunteer militia service. Sheriff Overton signed the first page of our petition. The petition reads, "We urge the Franklin County Board of Supervisors to fulfill their oaths and support the natural and constitutional rights of citizens to volunteer and prepare for lawful militia service by passing the proposed Franklin County Militia Resolution." I don't think there could be a stronger endorsement from the sheriff. He understands what we are attempting to do. We seek to reestablish the rights of citizens to train for volunteer service in the unorganized militia in preparation to assist the local government, should the militia ever be called to action by lawful authority. Doing this reestablishes the militia service as common practice and sets the foundation for a new legal argument for citizens to keep their firearms. There is no liability for the county associated with making a statement that affirms existing rights. The citizens would be grateful if you are willing to help us in our efforts to secure these rights. After all, governments are instituted among men to secure those rights, or at least that's what the Founding Fathers intended. Thank you very much for your time and attention.
That's all. Is there anyone else here that would like to address the Board of Supervisors? Anyone else? All right, we'll go back into closed session. Thank you for your attendance and for your participating in county government. Thank you very much. All right, we've got other matters by supervisors. Mr. Mitchell, you've got Leland Mitchell.
Yes, sir. I passed out, Madeline passed out a letter that the board received from Mr. Patterson at Snow Creek concerning the need for advanced life supporter, and there was a cover letter for this letter which I would like for the board members to see, and we'll get that letter to you in the next day or so, hopefully tomorrow, and that way you'll see the request that was made concerning this letter that the county received. We've had a good many letters, quite a stack of them, and I just want the board to be aware, that Snow Creek is requesting for service. Now, at the time, we have staffing down there from 8 a.m. until 8 p.m. at the Rescue Squad building. And in this letter, it's thanking the board for making this service possible. But anyway, I just want the board to be aware of the request, and we'll take consideration at the appropriate time, which I think I would like for the board to read both letters and understand what the request is.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Carter?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have one item. Recently, I attended the Water Control Board hearing that was held at the Pig River Community Center here in Rocky Mount. You all may recall the Water Control Board is going to vote on whether or not to grant Mountain Valley Pipeline certification to cross all the streams and rivers in our county. I spoke at that meeting. Up to this point, in West Virginia and Virginia, they have assessed Mountain Valley more than $2 million in penalties for more than 350 environmental violations involving erosion control and stormwater management. We have until October, there's a date here, 28th, to file a letter on this, and I spoke to Mr. Sandy about it. I think it's very important for the county to step up to the plate and have staff draft a letter and comment on these things, because this has potential to affect all our streams and waterways, the town of Rocky Mount's water system, and ultimately Smith Mountain Lake. So I'm requesting that as a board, we send them a letter. And let me preface this by saying the EPA sent DEQ and this water board a letter stating that these streams could not be crossed without causing detrimental damage moving forward. So they're in a catch-22 position, and I think they need to hear from these county governments moving forward.
What's the pleasure of the board on his request?
Support him. I support him.
I support it as well. I think, Mr. Mitchell,
I'm okay.
I think it's unanimous for the board decision for staff to draft a letter in opposition of them crossing our waters.
And I gave Mr. Sandy some documentation that has a lot of information in it to work from.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir, thank you.
I have two things I just wanted to mention. One, I probably should have brought it up a while ago when we were doing the carryover funds, but I'm just going to lay it out and ask staff to look into the volunteer capital improvement grant that I've spoken of previously. When we start our budget talks and start working on the budget, I'd like to see if we could find some funds to put in there, and because I'd really like to get this grant moving, if not before, definitely by the start of the next fiscal year. And also, as the speaker just came up a little bit ago from the militia, I read over that resolution, and I think from our standpoint, me personally, not only should we recognize a person's right to volunteer for their community, I think it's imprudent on us to encourage our community and our citizens to volunteer for their communities. All of us can work together to help each other. None of us are in this, things are scary. The economy's taking a dip. You know, we've been seeing, numbers are starting to level off, and we don't know what inflation's going to do to us. We don't know what our economy's going to do. I sure as heck don't trust what's going on in D.C., and it scares me what's going on in Richmond. But we as neighbors need to be able to depend on each other. Personally, I've been a volunteer firefighter for over 20 years, and I count it an honor to serve my community. And I think that we as a board should not only recognize every person's right to volunteer to serve their community, but we should encourage it. So I'm asking for staff to review this resolution and see if we can have it to at our next meeting, that give us some time to digest it as a whole, and let's get it up and take some action on it. Again, I think we should encourage volunteerism. We're all working together, and so that's what I have to say on that.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, and I know you'll follow up on those two items, I just wanted to add, Mr. Tatum, you had noted the Volunteer Fire EMS Grant Program. The funds that the board just appropriated, we set aside $50,000 for that. Of course, staff will work on developing some draft guidelines and bring that back, how a grant program will work. But anyway, I just want to clarify that for you. Sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chris.
What's the board's approval by unanimous for staff to bring back the volunteer draft that Supervisor Tatum was talking about?
I think that's fine. I would like the opportunity to ask some questions during that process when we're starting to correspond on that.
Anyone else on that particular item?
Yeah, with what Lori's saying, I would like some more clarification on exactly what Mr. Wood is asking. I mean, just like Tim, I support volunteerism, but I want to know what exactly that they're asking from the county. As we mentioned before, we don't really, but anyways, yeah, I'm okay with staff looking into that, yep.
I'm fine with it, Mr. Chairman, but I would like to encourage, if you don't like the direction the country's going in, please get out and vote in November. So many people are not voting, and that's a problem.
Mr. Mitchell, you are with the staff coming up with some, I am too. I like the thought of it, but I'd like to know more about it. And it'd be enough time on the agenda to address and talk about it there. So, all right, Ms. Smith.
Yes, I have a couple things, quick things. I would like the board to support staff addressing a letter to AEP with regard to the Penn Hall property that they own over in Union Hall. That property, I believe, unless something's changed, is set to be auctioned, I believe, in December. That property is zoned A1. It is significant property in terms of the potential of use and development. With regard, Mr. Cundiff's not here, I think he would agree with us. Given the fact that we are starting to work on the Union Hall Village Plan, and we've talked about infrastructure needs in Union Hall, I would like, again, the board to write a letter to AEP and ask them to consider delaying the sale of this property until, we can look at and participate in and ask questions of AEP on a master plan. What we, may want to see and encourage for land use in that area, given things that are going on. I know if they auction it off, the uses may vary. I worry a great deal about A1 on that property holistically, especially with the by right and special uses that are articulated in our code. So if the board would support that, I'd like to ask staff to draft that letter, Mr. Chairman.
What's the pleasure of the board? Ronnie Mitchell.
Sure. I don't have a problem with it, but I don't know what kind of control we're gonna have on them selling that property.
We don't have any control, but I think that it's incumbent upon the county to at least understand and maybe encourage and talk to, AEP about maybe vision that we have for Union Hall as it relates to that property. And I don't know if it'll make a difference or not. But I think it would just be incumbent to have the conversation.
Mr. Mitchell? Got a problem with them writing the letter?
Not particularly with writing the letter, no. I was just having some thoughts as to what the content would be, what we might be asking them as a board to modify what they are doing as a industry or identity. I'm sure they've got their plan pretty well modified out.
I don't have a problem with them writing the letter. I too agree, but I don't know what the outcome or what it would be to ask them what they're gonna do. I think is to sell it and get the money and put it in something else, but I don't know. We can draft a letter to see.
Mr. Chairman, I can tell you I've had some offline discussions with Mr. Whitlow and with Mr. Sandy on this matter. And staff has some ideas and thoughts about it. So, if the board's not quite comfortable with actually drafting a letter.
I think it was unanimous to draft the letter.
Okay, I would just like to, this is not something I'm dreaming up on my own, basically. I just want the board to have confidence in that. Another issue that I wanted to address, cemeteries. I have gotten an inquiry this week with some photographs. What looks to be a very, very historical cemetery on some property in my district that is surrounded by some vegetation and so forth. There's some development going on around it, even to the point that the headstones look like they're just stones that have been, with names and dates just kind of carved in them or put on them in some way. So I asked Ms. Spencer to tell me if we have anything in our ordinances that go towards encouraging developers and builders. We would encourage them perhaps to preserve areas that are denoted cemeteries. If we have any tracking of that in the county, I have no idea. She seems to indicate that we don't have anything that's ever been historically recorded in terms of the county. So I would like I know that there's tenure on this board that far surpasses me. If there's any merit in us taking a look at trying to protect some of these cemeteries from literally maybe being developed over top of, what have you, this one could easily fall into that category. Because, I mean, you can tell they're headstones, but if there were just maybe one or two, I'm not sure it would be so obvious to a developer excavating property. I would be interested in the board's thoughts on that, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I think there was a cemetery census done here several years ago. Somebody at the Historical Society might know about it, but I'll ask around and find out.
Okay.
I think they went through the county and tried to identify all the cemeteries and what families were buried in them and so forth, but the cemetery's protected on a deed. I mean, they can't just
They are? Okay.
build over top of it.
Okay. I just didn't know if there was a role for the municipalities to play in our zoning code. I don't know the answer to that. Once I got an inquiry from a citizen, I needed to run it down a little bit. So just want to put that on our radar if there's anything there.
I think, and I'm pretty sure, that for protection, they have to be deeded.
It's got to be on the deed. It's protected. That's state law.
Okay.
Has to be on the deed. And what
That-
Mike was talking about, I remember that the Historical Society went around and tried to identify what they can. So the one you're talking about may very well talk to Linda Stanley.
Okay, and the last item, Mr. Chairman, I wanted just to take a quick opportunity. I've been getting a lot of phone calls this week about a proposed solar farm over at Brooks Mill Road and Burnt Chimney Road. I know that, I know the solar farm company that had application for the one on 122 at Westlake. They have now expressed interest over there, and I'm starting to get phone calls. And I just want to clarify where the county is with regard to this process. The county does not have a solar ordinance per se on the books. So we have been working at the staff level with the Planning Commission to date on crafting an ordinance that is very comprehensive regarding what I loosely refer to as the rules of the game, if you will, to building solar farms in Franklin County. And that process is ongoing. I suspect, and I'm hopeful that a final draft will get to the Planning Commission in the next month or two. What that will do is trigger review at the Planning Commission level and Board of Supervisors level. It will trigger public hearings, and we would look to adopt an ordinance relative to solar farm development in Franklin County. Until that happens, the county would, of course, accept applications on solar farm development, but we would not be inclined to act on an application until we have an ordinance to measure it against. So I know that Interjex is the company that is talking to residents in the neighborhood. I think there will be a community meeting. But in terms of citizen feedback and input on that specific application, that is going to have a process surrounding that will only occur after the ordinance has been adopted. So it's out some months, I would suggest, knowing what I know today, in terms of acting or taking any action on a future solar farm application. So, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the opportunity to clarify that situation.
Yes, ma'am. Mitchell?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just have a couple items. Diamond Avenue Extension. I know we've kind of ran into a dead end on a couple of things we've tried to do, but I don't want this county to give up on that. I'd like for us to reevaluate, trying to find a different way to get a second means of egress in and out of there. So I don't know how the rest of the board feels about us continuing to try to find a resolution to that situation.
Thank you, sir.
I got one more item.
Okay.
All right. You know, we talk about, you know, I want to talk about the POW MIA flag. And I want the citizens of the county to know, you know, how I feel. I mean, I'd like for staff to look into a couple of things in regards to what the gentleman said tonight. One, is it an organization? Which I don't think it is. I've been sitting over here trying to research. Two, what is the Flag Act that President Trump signed? I'd like to know what the Flag Act is. And just to let the citizens of the county know how I feel, I would be proud to fly that flag, sir. I wanted to join the service, and I wasn't able to because of a couple issues that I had. So I don't know what it's like to be a veteran, and I regret not having that. But your words have not fell on deaf ears, sir. I've heard every word, and that's how I feel about that. And if staff can bring something back to the November meeting on what is, because when you put one up, you have to put one up for everybody, and that's kind of where a lot of people feel. But if in fact it's not an organization, and just what quick research I did, there are organizations affiliated with the flag. Just a quick research I did on my phone. Staff, the wonderful staff that we have, I'd like for you guys to do some research on, is this a 501c organization that is tied to the POW MIA flag? And I know I, for one, would love to see it fly. And if we can't leave it up there permanently, maybe on September 16th, POW MIA Day, we can at least fly it on that day. So just want to get my comments out on the flag, let that sir know that his words have not fell on deaf ears. That's all I got, Mr. Chairman.
And I've only got a couple things. This last week, I received a letter from the school board. You should have all gotten a copy of it in the Friday packet requesting the use of this room. I'd like for this to be on the agenda for the next November meeting for us to discuss and to lay out guidelines and to tell if we, in fact, are going to allow them to use our boardroom. I would like to take the opportunity to thank staff for their budget adjustment. It was a whole lot of work there. It was a lot that was involved, and I want to thank them for that. I want to thank all the county employees. We talk about public safety all the time, and but we can't do without all of our county employees. Police, fire, rescue, the clerks, and the secretaries, and that's what makes Franklin County great, is our personnel. And we got to give kudos to everybody, the folks at the landfill, Parks and Rec, everybody. It's all the spokes in the wheel that make the wheel turn true. And I want to make sure that they hear from me that it is appreciated, the job that they do. And a lot of them above and beyond. I come by here sometimes at night after dark and see lights on, and I know it's not the personnel cleaning the building. Those folks do such a tremendous job. And I just want to take the opportunity to thank all of our county staff. And I appreciate all you guys showing, and my only advice is I hope you go out and vote this November, and vote your conscience, vote your heart, and I hope you enjoy it, and we will stand at recess to our next scheduled meeting. I don't think we've got any, Madam Clerk, you tell me, we don't have any workshops or anything going on scheduled, correct?
I think we're good until November 15th.
Until November the 15th.
16th, I believe, isn't it?
16th.
Regular
I'm
meeting.
leaving in the morning. I'm leaving in the morning for vacation. I'm gone. I'm gone. Thank you all for being here.